great day to be out here at Princess Highway Reserve. It is Heritage Round for the Oakleigh District Football Club. 75 years, and to mark the moment, they are wearing their retro jumper, the heritage jumper, the black and white stripes out on the field in both the reserves and senior game this afternoon. And alongside that, they've got a cameo appearance from the great Dane Swan in the senior game, which gives us a lot of talking points across the afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with Dave Nell, joined in pre-game by Chris Cordis and Paul Uconi. Paul, we'll start with you. Great to have you back this week, and going to be very interesting. Oakleigh haven't had the best of years so far after playing a couple of years in the finals, and they're well off the pace at the moment, but massive day for the club. Dane Swan comes down. Great opportunity for him.
Yeah, it certainly is, and yeah, Dane Swan coming down to the club, and also Heritage Round for Oakleigh District. It feels like it's a big day for the Oakleigh District Football Club in, the sense they're celebrating 75 years, but also the fact that, they need to get their season back on track. It's a big opportunity to do so.
Yeah, absolutely right. They are sitting with just the record of 3-6 at the halfway point of the season, but if they can get a win against a side who is flying at the moment in Silvan, who they're probably almost the backstory of this game, and we sort of have focused a lot on about Oakleigh District and their involvement today with the Heritage Round and Dane Swan, but Silvan are flying under the radar, Chris, and it's our first chance to have a look at them this year, and they've been a massive improvement.
No, that's exactly right, and they are the only team to knock off Donvale at this stage, which albeit was in some pretty yuck conditions. But yeah, look, just because they're, it's not their day to celebrate doesn't mean they're not going to be up for the fight at all. We saw when we were out at Mulgrave's centenary match, it was the Waverley Blues that put a stop to the party there. But I'm really interested to see in this game, obviously, like you said, Oakleigh District, they haven't been quite as good, not just this season, but even, they played finals last season, I believe, but with a losing record. But so they'll be looking to get their season back on track. There's no occasion like a Heritage Round and like having a former AFL star play for you, but I think Silvan will be right up for this one, and it won't just be one-sided by any means.
No, I agree with that. I think they're going to be very competitive today, and having a look through the division itself, there's some intriguing games in Division 3, and we talked a lot about this in the podcast, and we'll have both senior coaches on hopefully across the pre-game segment before the big game. But let's talk about Division 3 and this Division 3 in general. And looking at the ladder, the two sides, it is now everyone's played 9 games after the opening round, where Coldstream and Silvan played their round 9 game a bit earlier and sort of made it a little bit difficult to judge where sides sat on the ladder. But now everyone have played the same amount of games. Having a look through, Donvale are now the clear one on top with 8 wins. Scoresby a game behind. Knox with the 6 wins in third. And then you go to the 4th, 5th and 6th. It's all Upper Gully, Silvan, the Basin, all tied with the 5 wins, 4 losses. Furniture Gully a step behind with the 4 wins, and then Oakleigh in 8th. And they've got now a 2-game gap on Coldstream and Fair Park, who play today, and we're going to talk about that soon. But for this Oakleigh side, percentage of 74, been underwhelming across the season, and there are obviously reasons for that, and there's some guys that have come out of the side, and they've had to make a few changes, and it's probably just hasn't been, when you start with the top 3 sides in the first 4 weeks, Chris, that makes it difficult, and it put them behind the 8 ball, and now every game that they play against Silvan, the Basin, Furniture Gully, Upper Gully, these are games they just have to win now.
Oh, that's exactly right, and obviously the fixture wasn't exactly kind to them to kick off 2025 by any means, but the question mark around Oakleigh District, I feel, has always been not so much consistency, because we've seen that they can beat the teams below them, and it's I spoke to Blake Pearson ahead of the season, and he said they're well aware that they do well enough against the teams below them and sometimes the teams around them, but he said they really wanted to focus this season on playing against the teams in the top 4 and seeing how they match up. And now I'm not going to read too much into the results against Donvale and Scoresby, because at the moment it feels like they're putting big wins on top of everyone, but
yeah,
this is one of those games where they find themselves in 8th, Silvan find themselves in 5th. I think Silvan are a really good yardstick for this division, given that they're in the middle of those that 3-team pack, and Upper Furniture Gully, Silvan, the Basin from 4th to 6th all have 20 points. It's a good day to see, if they are serious about getting back into finals. But this time, I don't want to say so much stumbling in, but obviously in 2024 they play with a losing record. If they do really want to cement themselves as a finals contender and someone that's not just there to make up numbers, I think they need to be winning this game. And because if they don't win this game, you see them start to drop off just a bit too much from the rest of the pack, unfortunately. I mean, the Basin have Donvale today, so you assume that the Donvale will get on top of that. And Upper Ferntree Gully have Knox, so it's a great chance for them to start to climb the ladder a bit. They're about the same percentage as a few of the other teams around them, and this win would put them it would go a long way in putting them in a much better position for finals.
Yeah, that's right. They finished 9th last year and had some great wins and some great performances, Paul, the Cats. But Jeremy Thomas, now his second year in charge, and they've just started to build along nicely, and they're in that position where it's going to be quite close between them and the Basin and these sides around the mark on who's going to finish inside the 5. But it's a great improvement on where they were last year and putting themselves into a spot where they're now consolidating their position in Division 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And last year, obviously they finished 9th in Div 3. They finished 9th, so they've had a great year so far. They've had some great wins against. They had a great win against Donvale, which was one of the bigger wins of the year, given Donvale only lost one game. They have put in some performances, but some good performances this year. They had a big win in round 1 against Coldstream, but they've certainly been up there this year, Silvan.
Yeah, absolutely. And having a look through those other games in Division 3, Coldstream take on Fair Park, and we mentioned this one. This is 9th versus 10th, and this is, we obviously it's not we're round 10, but with where the two sides sit, it looks likely that one of these two sides at the end of the season will be relegated. They're 2 games and percentage behind Oakleigh, and I think Oakleigh is still a fair, decent step ahead of both Coldstream and Fair Park. So there's a lot on the line here, and for Coldstream, Chris, we both actually tipped them this weekend.
Yep.
But in saying that, a lot of people have gone Fair Park as I don't even know if you consider an upset, because with Coldstream's out, Darcy Fritch is massive to not have him on the side. Grant's out as well. That they're still missing quite a few, including Mitch Edmonds. So they're up against it almost at home. It almost feels like the ledger is, spun in favour of Fair Park.
Yeah, well, they've just been a shadow of what they were last season, haven't they, Coldstream? And we spoke about it on the Weekend Forecast podcast episode up on Spotify. When we did that yesterday. And look, when we go into these podcast episodes, I always try and, keep quite a neutral outlook and think, a lot of teams, even if they're having a dip in form, just, they're never miles off it. But this one, it just feels big. Like, you're right, I've tipped Coldstream, but I really do think, and I said it yesterday, that if Coldstream don't win this game, I think they play Division 4 in 2026. I don't see, obviously, they've had an absolute mare of a time so far. They haven't been themselves, but they're 8 points adrift from Oakleigh District right now and the rest of the pack, and I just think if you lose an 8-pointer like this, it's what games are you going to win after that? This is like what I said yesterday was this is a real line in the sand moment. If you want to play Division 3 next season, you are winning this game. If not, I find it really hard to see it. And on the other hand, Fair Park have been doing well. They've picked up a win, but I want to say we expected them to be doing so poorly, but we thought it would be a struggle of a season for them, which you can't say that about Coldstream, which is why I think I have tipped Coldstream. But even with Fritch out and all the outs that they have, there's a few influential players missing. It's a big grim reading. I don't think it's enough of an excuse, because I think if this is their do or die game and it's round 10.
And Paul, Fair Park got to look at this as a big opportunity. It's probably the weakest the Coldstream side has looked, without Darcy Fritch and a few others, but particularly Darcy, and he's been playing more time in the midfield. And they've got to look at this as a golden opportunity to potentially get a win on a road. And they've been close on a couple of times.
They certainly have, and they had they've had one win for you. That happened to be against Knox. They nearly beat Silvan a couple of weeks ago. But this is a big opportunity, because you look at Coldstream. I tipped them to finish I think a lot of people have tipped them to finish highly in Division 3. But it's just been a really disappointing year that they've had one win in the first 9 rounds. And as Chris alluded to before, this is a big 8-point game that you can't be losing. So this is, and I mean, I don't want to say it early, like, you know, that you lose this game, it's looking likely that you could be going down to Div 4 next year.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, sides can obviously, the percentage will be key as well. 53% for Fair Park isn't great reading for them. So, particularly if they lose this one, that's a game and percentage they'll be behind Coldstream. And then you are relying on another upset against someone like Knox, which they had earlier on in the year. But it really does, the pressure mounts on whoever loses this game. Upper Ferntree Gully Knox, interesting game for a different reason. They're sitting 3rd and 4th, and Knox have had some injuries and are in a bit of a slump at the moment. And that's why I've actually gone and tipped Upper Gully this weekend, because I just feel that this is the best opportunity, Chris, for Upper Gully to make a statement win. They didn't do it last week against Scoresby after jumping them out of the gates in the first quarter. They're back at home, Kings Park. They've demolished some sides below them. You know, having a look at some of their results across the season. But they're yet to take one of those 1, 2, 3 scalps against those top 3 sides. And we talked about this yesterday a lot. Right now, they're a final side, and I think they'll play finals with the way they're going. I'd be surprised if they didn't. But right now, they're not a contender to win the flag. I still think they're well, at least 1 or 2 steps behind those top 3. Pinch a win today against Knox, and that conversation then changes a little bit.
That's exactly right. It's a bit of a statement match if they can get the win, really, because you're right. They are, you know, we've kind of got them pegged as the best of the rest at this stage. You know, they're beating the guys below them in some stages quite comfortably, but we're kind of crying out for them to take a scalp at this stage. And a lot of the times you look at Donvale and we look at Scoresby, and obviously Donvale dropped that game to Silvan in, you know, the pouring rain, I believe it was, and Scoresby have, I think, lost to Donvale and then lost to the Basin when Prime Train was there. So, you know, there's those 2 sides, not so much untouchable, but, you know, we're not really looking at them and saying you need to beat a Donvale. But this is a Knox side that's there for the taking. You know, they're 3rd. They're
vulnerable.
24 points. It's exactly right. They're vulnerable. They're a win off 2nd and a win above 4th, who are Upper Ferntree Gully right now. And vulnerable is the best way to put them. They dropped the game to Fair Park, I believe. They've had some other games where even...
That was in the wet as well,
That was in the wet, it's very true. Even against Coldstream, they only got up by 13 points. So although they had a great start to the season and they managed to give themselves a bit of a buffer and a bit of a platform to work off, if you're going to take a win against someone above you, now is the week for Upper Ferntree Gully. And I think they're there for the taking if they want to put themselves forward as a team that's not just going to make up the numbers, not just going to be there so that Donvale and Scoresby are someone to beat on the grand final. This is where you put your foot down and this is where you make the statement.
Yeah, that's right. Donvale also take on the Basin at home at Donvale Reserve, and then Ferntree Gully take on Scoresby. We'll just get your tips on that one, of course, before we move into Division 4. I actually said yesterday that I think Ferntree Gully are a bit of a chance, a bit of a roughie, but I'm sticking with Scoresby, and then I'm sticking with Donvale at home. It's hard to go past Donvale.
Yeah, going both Scoresby and Donvale.
All right, let's have a look at Division 4 this weekend. Bulleen, Templestowe welcome Churnside Park to Tedajani for the first time this season. Kilsyth play Croydon North Emlock, and Whitehorse play Warrandyte, while Forest still have the bye. I think, and going back to this, even on the podcast yesterday, shows you how good my memory is. I had forgotten early in this season that Croydon North Emlock did defeat Kilsyth in round 2, I believe. So the Kangaroos now head to Pinks Reserve, and they're playing Kilsyth side, who's probably, although they've got, you know, their decent amount of outs, they've played a lot better form, Paul, since then, and been able to build into the season quite nicely. Had a couple of big wins against Warrandyte, competitive against Churnside Park with some players missing, and it will be another test for Croydon North Emlock. As good as that win was earlier in the season, if they can do it a second time, you know, suddenly they've got a wood on one of those top 4 sides, which they've never had before. And then it does give themselves a real chance with Warrandyte going to Whitehorse, which I think would tip Whitehorse to win that game. Could be back in the top 4. That is at Springfield Park. So big opportunity. The finals is right there for them this year. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was a great win in round 2 against round 1 was it, against Kilsyth. They can do it if they can do it over at Kilsyth. That's a bit of a statement, I reckon.
Bigger ground to play at.
Big statement, because, you know, As you mentioned before, Ryan, having the wood over one of the top 4 teams, and getting into finals, that's really handy to have, the wood over a side that you could be playing in the final. But I mean, it doesn't guarantee you winning the finals, but it's handy because you've beaten them twice during the year. It gives you the confidence to say, hey, why can't we do it now?
Yeah, that's right. And I believe, I could be wrong on this, they might play each other potentially for a 3rd time this season. I haven't got that up in front of me, but actually maybe not. But in saying that, you're right. If they can, obviously they've got to get there in the first place, but
no, they're not playing each other.
So this is the last time they play. So yeah, if you win today, that's 2 times you've beaten them across the season. You'll certainly take a lot of confidence going forward. Leo Odomat's been fantastic for them. We talked about him on the podcast yesterday. Conrad Benrups, who I don't believe is playing today. He's out of the side, but again, another great inclusion. I'm really excited to see what they can do going forward into the second half of the season, because they are a side that I think came into this year and looked at the division, looked at their recruits, looked at this development from last season, and under Ben Oakes, and they probably really consider this as a big opportunity to take another step forward and potentially play off in a final series. So they've got an opportunity at Pinks Reserve. Whitehorse Warrandyte was that other game we touched on, and at Springfield Park is a ground they rarely lose there. I mean, going back the last couple of seasons in Division 4, they are a very hard side to beat at home, Paul.
Yeah, they certainly are. But the issue with Whitehorse is that they sometimes struggle away from home. I think we've done 1 or 2 matches. I remember a game out at Chermside Park last year where I know it was pouring down with rain, but they struggled that day. They struggled in the wet on grand final day against Scoresby. But yeah, I think the wins at home you can really bank and take a lot of confidence that you're unbeatable there. But it's a big game for Whitehorse to keep pushing for that double chance. Yeah,
that's right. And still, I mean, Tom Young and Daniel Horvat at the moment, they've combined for 36 goals of the season, Paul, Chris, and they're both sitting in the top 5 goal kickers of the division. And that is, particularly in these lower divisions, when you have a focal point or multiple focal points up forward who can get on the end of it, quite a few, makes a massive difference for your chances once you go further into September and you play some finals footy.
That's spot on, and having different avenues to goal becomes so important, because if you look at a side like Coldstream, who we touched on before, I said that Darcy Fridge kick 100 last season. Yeah. Sometimes, there's some things happen, players drop off in form, or they get moved around the ground or something. Or they get injured, exactly right. So you need different routes to go. And I think you're right, the fact that they've got the 3rd and 5th highest goal scoring players in this division holds them in really good stead, because it means that, of course there's going to be times where a player has an off game. Or, of course there's going to be times where a player comes a good defender or gets a double team or this, that or the other. So you need to have a bit of versatility about you. And having 2 guys like that who can not only kick goals, but kick goals consistently and work together and work in the same forward line puts them in really good stead for the rest of the season, because it means that you've got 2 nailed-on guys who, even if stuff aren't going your way, you can look to and going forward. It doesn't make you one-dimensional, but gives you a bit of variation in the way you enter your forward 50. And I think it's very good to have, not only now as teams start to know a bit about you and the conditions start to worsen a bit, but also in finals when it can be a bit cagey. That you've got your 2 guys out there. It gives the opposition's defence something to think about, and it will hold them in really good stead for the rest of this season.
That's right. The final game, Bull End Templestowe, Chermside Park. Anyone tipping the Bull Ents on that one, or Chermside, who have won 6 of their first 7 to make it 7 out of
8? I'm not tipping the Bull End Temp there, but I'm really interested to see how they go in this second half of the season, because we heard from their coaches, and we heard from a few people around the club that obviously first time in the Eastern Football Netball League, and that had next to no knowledge about a lot of these teams. And although there's match vision and everything, a lot of the time you're going to learn the most about a team when you play them. So in this one, I still back Chermside Park. I still think Chermside Park will be too good for them on the day, but I just think Bull End Templestowe is a really interesting one to see I think there's going to be some exciting results or some close games or some upsets they could pick up in the second half of this season, because despite only having, I believe, the 2 wins, now they know a bit more. They know how they match up a bit more against not only other teams, but certain matchups across the field and across the lines. I think that could be a team that pop up in some interesting and exciting talks, and if stuff go their way, they could get a run and be playing finals in their first season in the FNL.
Yeah, well, they're still certainly in the mix. They've 2-5 going into this, but there's a couple of games that could have gone either way, and that would have been disappointing with the way they finished that game against Warrandyte before, obviously, the King's birthday weekend bye, but still a lot to like about Bulleen Templestowe. Let's move into Division 2, and, it's been... You look at probably, I would say, to be honest, 4 of the 5 games, you wouldn't flip a coin as such, but I could see the result going either way. The one result I'm pretty confident in, if I had to put money on one game and one winner in Division 2 this weekend, I would say Surrey Park. Surrey Park to defeat East Burwood at home, Surrey Park Reserve.
Surrey don't lose a lot at home.
No, they don't. And not really against East Burwood or anything. Just I have that confidence in Surrey Park at the moment. The other 4 games, Lilydale Ringwood. As poor as Lilydale have been probably in the last 4 months, and that's got to do with a lot of their injuries and the guys coming out the side. Lilydale Sports Oval, that it throws up some odd results. I can't see this being a high-scoring game. I could easily see 8 or 9 goals winning it, Paul.
Yeah, I think I actually went Lilydale to win this game. I think they have got some wins against finalists from last year. This year, they beat Croydon.
Yep, round 1.
In round 1,
Yep.
They smashed them that day, that evening even, and because that was a twilight game, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And they beat Waverley Blues, who this year as well have been a bit inconsistent. Waverley, but yeah, no, I think. It's a really intriguing game, that.
I still think without Hickleton, I mean, that's a massive part of their lineup, and to not have him there, the height that he carries in the game that you'll get out of him, to not have him in the lineup hurts. Riley Clawson's been fantastic for him, the skipper of the club, just leading the way at the moment. And
looking at this table, like, even though these sides are 8th and 10th, like, Ringwood are only, percentage as well. They're only a game and percentage out of the top 5. Lilydale only 2 games and percentage out of the top 5. So it really shows how close Division 2 is.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess when you look at in the same vein there, that Ringwood defensively very strong for the most part, and they probably they probably haven't. I guess when things have gone poor, then it's opened up, and that, like the Templestowe game, they conceded 12 goals in the last quarter. At the moment, sitting with a record of 3-6, and last week's result against the base would have been disappointing because it round the mark on the ladder. How do you now go into the second half of the year? Do you change anything? What's got to get moving in this second half if you were to certainly make your way back up the ladder and give yourselves a chance for a final spot?
Yeah, it's been frustrating. I think just been patches of football, sort of like last week against the Basin, they kicked 6 in the space of about 15 minutes, and that's what it's been. Scores been round 2, Knox round 4, something like that was pretty similar. So most of the games we've lost have really just been 15 minutes of football that we've sort of just let ourselves down and allowed the opposition to get on top. So it is hard to, when momentum goes against you to try and stop it. And it's certainly something we're trying to work on for this back half of the year.
So what did you take from last week, and what are you looking to work on today?
Look, try and change the angles. I think, defensively we're actually really good last week. I think the second half we kept them to 2 goals. And as soon as we change the angles and we can move the ball with a bit of freedom, I think that's when we look our best, and we certainly get some better looks inside 50. So hopefully, I know there's sort of win dependent, but hopefully we'll see a little bit of some of that attacking football today.
And you played them earlier in the season. I think that was back in round 1 now, and very different ground out at Silvan Recreation Reserve, very small ground out there. What did impress you about Silvan that day? Because they got the win and they scored quite heavily in the end. What impressed you about them that you need to certainly take on board this afternoon?
Yeah, Telfonso in the middle certainly carved us up in that second half. Cam Blees as well in the ruck. I think this is his first year at the club, and he's been really prominent for them in their best players most weeks. So, look, they're a really hard team to play at Silvan. When you've got Charge, Folks, Lowe, all 3 up there, and it's sort of a kick and a half to get it to them. They're certainly a formidable forward line up there. Obviously, no Folks and Charge today certainly helps our cause, but just making sure from a defensive perspective that we actually have some pressure ahead of the ball, just to give our backs a little bit some more freedom, I guess, to intercept mark or at least stop the ball.
And Blackman, before the season, you mentioned that a lot of the key area for improvement this season was beating those teams around you and above you. So obviously Silvan's sitting 5th ahead of this match. How important is this to start to reach that goal and really get this season back on track?
Yeah, it's huge. You could say it's season defining in a way that the teams we play, whether it's Silvan, Upper Ferntree Gully, who are 4th and 5th, if we lose these games, it's essentially season done. So we've really got to get our season going. We think our best football is certainly good enough to challenge the top teams. We've just got to show it on a more consistent basis and get ourselves moving.
And if you look at the stats throughout the league, obviously yourself, you're sitting 3rd in the goal kicking, and Luke Potts is up there with the best on votes. But how important is it today, especially, to get that really all-rounded approach and get the buy-in from all the boys out there?
Yeah, it's huge. We've spoken about it, that we can't just wait for me to kick goals. We can't just wait for Luke to get the ball in the midfield. That we've got to start to grow a little bit as individuals in terms of our overall contribution. One of the conversations I had with Cooper Hudson during the week about the fact that his goal was to play every game, and I said, look, it's a good goal to have, but your goal should be to perform each week and for you to come in and play your role and do that. And I think that's what guys need to start to doing, that we can't just keep relying on the same guys each week, that we need an even contribution on game day.
Someone who has been impressive the last few weeks, Matthew McNaughton. I think he had 40 plus on the weekend against the base. And what have you seen from him coming to the club this year and then his last few games?
Yeah, he'll be happy to hear that, I think. I don't know if he knew he had 40 last week, but look, he's been immense. He's probably one of our kickers off half back. I guess due to personnel, we've sort of had to shuffle him around a little bit this year. He had some groin issues earlier in the year, so he was playing forward. We've thrown him on the wing, and I think he's really found his spot off half back. He's got a really long kick for us, so taking the kick outs, I think he enjoys it. All his stats up as well, taking a few of the kick outs, but yeah, he's really important for just getting our ball movement going as well, so he's been important.
And before we go, of course, Dane Swan coming to the club. It is massive to have a figure, an AFL legend of the game to come down and play for the side. What does that do, having him obviously at training on Thursday and now running all out alongside him? Does that just lift everyone? Yeah,
absolutely. It's huge. I think you can sort of feel the buzz as the crowd sort of starts to grow. Hopefully we can get a big crowd, but yeah, when you've got an AFL player, 250 games, Brownlow medalist, it's just huge for us and our club and what we can sort of kickstart for the year, and hopefully we can turn it into a big win today.
Well, hopefully for your sake, it's a win this afternoon for Oakleigh District. Big afternoon ahead. We'll let you go and get prepared for the game. All the best today, and we'll see you out there on the field.
Thanks, fellas. Enjoy the call.
Blake Pearson there, the senior coach of the Oakleigh District Football Club, and has done a magnificent job down here at Oakleigh, and it is a very important game, as we said, for the club if they are any chance of playing.
Just
yes?
speaking on
Yep.
the jumper, Oakleigh District are actually the only club in Australia that wears a black jumper with a white sash.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Very good, Paul.
So it's not white with a black sash. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
It's not white with a black sash then.
No, that's what I meant.
Yeah, it is. I know. Having a look at the jumper now, I don't know if we've got the camera on it potentially, but it looks fantastic. I don't know if we will be able to. We'll try and get a photo up a little bit later of the jumper at the back has the premiership flag. Yeah, probably can't quite see it on the screen there, but beneath or in between the black stripes, you've got the premiership cup. You've got players' names there. A tribute at the back at the top of the jumper too. So it is a fantastic design, and one that you can actually buy online now if you want to have a look at the Oakleigh District Football Club Facebook page. Paul, do you collect jumpers at all? Would you?
I mean, I have a look at it, but yeah, well,
So that's probably not for you.
um,
I might buy one for you.
maybe we'll see. Yeah.
Your birthday coming up, I'll get you one for your birthday. We'll get it signed by Dane Swan.
Yeah, why not? My birthday's in about 3 months, so yeah.
We'll leave that conversation for now, as we've got the senior coach of the Silvan Football Club, Jeremy Thomas, who's joined us here. Great to have you on board for the first time this season, and a big game for you guys as well.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
It's obviously a big day for Oakleigh District with their heritage round. Dane Swan's playing, so a lot of the attention is on Oakleigh at the moment. But you guys have just flown on the radar a little bit, sitting fifth. Had a nice season so far, and a big opportunity to consolidate your spot in the top 5 today.
Yeah, absolutely. Oakleigh have done a really great job in prepping for a big day here today. They've done a great job off field. In planning for today. But don't mind flying under the radar. We're a different team than we were last year, and hard team to beat at home. We've just got to learn to win away too, though.
Now, you've had a good couple of wins in a row. What have you taken from those wins, and what are you expecting from this afternoon?
Oh, gee, I can't give too much away, but look, really, we're going to look very different today than what we normally would. We're personnel-wise, we're a few down, in particular with height. So, no charge, no folks, no edge down back, and no BD down back. So 2 talls down back, 2 talls up forward, different. So we'll be smaller and faster. So.
Yeah, certainly right. And obviously, you've talked about how good you've been at home, and we went to Donvale a couple of weeks ago, and they said how impressive you play the ground there. Blake Pearson said the same thing. How difficult is it to try to replicate that on other grounds? And of course, in this division, there's quite a fair few different sizes. And what has worked on the road and what hasn't?
It's a good question. If I had the answer to that one, we'd probably be doing a bit better. But we keep tweaking things. We're very conscious, obviously, of the away games, and we do a lot more homework when we travel to try and solve that very problem. But there's no doubt about it. We're a pretty tall team when we're fit and healthy and everyone's playing. So, we're a little bit slower in that. So we're hoping today, being a bit smaller, we'll play a slightly bigger ground for us, a lot better.
Yeah.
And now the win last week was the first time that you've managed to string 2 together this season. What's the key to keeping that consistency going?
They did play that game earlier in the season. That was pushed forward. That was the Coldstream game you're talking about?
Yes, I believe so.
Round 0?
We played a round 0. Yeah.
Righto.
It was a master stroke by our president. It was great to have a week off.
Yes, it certainly was. But obviously, the week prior, though, against Ferntree Gully, where Jaden Stevenson kicked the 7, and we saw Matt Lowe himself kick 7 goals, and that would have been pretty pleasing as well against a side who probably are trying to steal your spot in the top 5 too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jaden, we couldn't stop.
Yeah,
I played 4 different guys on him. He's still got it. He was strong through the body and very hard to match up on. But Lowie started to find some form up forward. There's a bit more space for him at the moment to run and lead into with a couple of the talls out. But we do look a bit different. Ferntree Gully, we got away with the win in the end. But that was a hard-fought game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I know you got to run because it is a busy afternoon. Just quickly on Delfonso as well, who one of the players we saw a couple of years ago, and how impressive he was. We've seen him at South Belgrave. Must be great to have him into the side this season, and certainly gives you a fair bit through the midfield.
Yeah, he sure does. He's a great leader. He loves football, and he's a very passionate sort of player. Got a lot to say in and amongst that midfield group. Our midfield group's pretty much all new this year.
Yep.
It's a new group of guys that can all play football, and it's been gelling together, working together, and we've finally sort of found a good sync in there with our midfield group. So. Yeah.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for jumping on pre-game. We're really looking forward to seeing the Cats for the first time this season live. All the best this afternoon.
Thanks,
and hopefully for your sake it's another win.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Jeremy Thomas there, the senior coach of the Silvan Football Club, and have certainly improved a lot this season, and now in a really strong position on the Division 3 ladder, and hopefully for their sake they can continue that form into the second half of the year. One of the great clubs that we like to head down to it's very rare that we get down to Silvan, but and you guys, I don't know, Paul, you might have been there.
I've been there. I think I've been there once. It is
had the fire inside, Chris.
Yeah.
This is a great ground.
I haven't been.
Yeah, it's got.
Ray
it's
is
got
absolutely enamoured with Silvan.
So is Scott Hardy. Loves it.
Yeah, and they've got it.
Yeah,
It literally looks like an old school country footy ground. It's got a lodge to it as well.
Yep. Yeah, it does. It's a real nice feel out there. But joining us now is Jaden Adolf from the Oakleigh District Football Club and part of the media team himself as well. And great to have you on board. And I can have a look at what you've brought in, because we were just talking about the jumper not long ago, and now we do have it in the van too. So talk us through it, because you've played a great role with the day today.
G'day, boys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate this. It's been a while since I've been on, but probably 2 years now since we played Silvan here last. I just wanted to quickly hop on, and I appreciate you letting me, Ryan. At the start of the year, we had the idea of getting Swanee on board on the weekend that Collingwood had the bye, and we were like, hang on. We did a little bit of research, and our first ever jumper is a Collingwood jumper, so coincidence.
Great fit.
So I had the privilege and honour to create the Guernsey from scratch. So we've got our original Magpie logo that was actually featured on the Blazers back in the mid 50s and late 50s and early 60s, which is really cool. And this one is actually one of the Guernseys that Swanee will wear today. He's going to wear 4 of them, one each quarter, and we'll be auctioning them off after the game. So it's cool to have all the names and the years of each premiership that we've won in the senior football. It's one of the greatest days of the year for us, and it's probably the biggest occasion the club will have for a long time.
Something I really love about the jumper as well, and something I love about old school jumpers, is the collar. There needs to be more. I reckon there needs to be more.
It's great,
there needs to be more collared jumpers in football. I reckon it should be mandatory.
You're an old soul, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm with you on that, Paul. I reckon bring them back.
Absolutely.
You've seen them with the Bulldogs and the Saints and things like that, and that's where we got the idea from as well. We looked at a few old photos from back in the 50s when we won those first flags, and it was really, really cool. We were like, let's actually replicate the original jumper, and it's one of the great privileges and honours that I've had in my involvement in local football. So,
now, if you don't mind, can I have a look at this? So we'll show this up to the camera as well. So this is what we were talking about before. That is Dane Swan's jumper that he will be running out today. So as you've mentioned, you've got the premiership flags on the back there. Is that the premiership players that you've got listed?
Yeah, and then the coaches right down the bottom. So we've got a lot of the families. One thing that's been really cool about me running the socials is we've had a lot of direct messages from people that haven't been directly involved with the club for the best part of 20 to 30 years. And we've even had Stan the Leave, our first ever premiership coach, his granddaughter Tiana, send us a message and asked for details about what number he wore when he was captain coach in 1953, and she's bought one of the heritage jumpers. So
fantastic.
If you do want to buy one, you can buy one on our Facebook.
We did mention that.
So, but yeah, we've sold probably about 20 or 30 of them already, which is unbelievable. And it's the first time ever the club's ever done anything like this. So.
And just at the top there, we've got the in memory of Ron Daisy Davies, who passed away last year. Are you able to speak to about about Daisy and obviously the impact at Oakleigh District?
Absolutely. So Daisy is one of the founding members of the club. His family are here today, and they've been so generous. And this is actually why they were the reason why we were able to do this. They donated towards the playing set of jumpers, and we decided to put this on the back. One of the great stories that I'll never forget is back 3 years ago when I first joined the club in cricket season. I just wandered down because I'd never been down here before, and there was this old fella in the reception area where all the memorabilia is, and he introduced himself and said, "Hey mate, my name's Daisy," and he showed me around for the best part of 2 to 3 hours on a Saturday afternoon, all the history and all the flags that he played in and things like that, and to have him on the jumper is pretty damn cool, and the players are well aware of that too.
I love you guys probably know this. I love the history of clubs, and we talked about this a lot, Chris, with Mulgrave this year with their centenary day, and how great the setup was there with all the old premiership flags, and I love the fact that you've gone back and got the jumper for this, designed it nicely, and it is a massive day. So I mean, 75 years. The food trucks out the other side of the ground. Tonight as well, I believe at Dane Swan, is it a sportsman's night?
Yeah, we've got a sportsman's night. So if you are here today or you're thinking of coming down, you can buy tickets to that still. That's going to be an absolute cracker. We've got Swanee on stage for an hour. He's going to give us a lot of the secrets of the Rat Pack from back in the day and things like that. So we'll try and get some inside goss about that. And we've got a fair few auction items and things like that too. And you do have the opportunity to purchase one of these, which is pretty cool. So
have you spoken to him much? Obviously, he was training, I heard, on Thursday.
So I expected him to train, and unfortunately he didn't. He just came down because it was damn cold, and the boys actually had to train on the other oval because unfortunately our lights aren't working at the moment. He came down and he's pretty pumped. He's really excited to hopefully if we get enough people here, and he's like last week he was in Queensland, in rural Queensland, and he told me the club that he played for hadn't won a game in 10 years.
Wow.
And he's kicked a bag of goals in one of the games. So that's exactly what he wants to do today. He wants to have a massive impact and make this day one for the ages.
That's massive. It's great to obviously have him on your side today and running out back in the black and white, of course. And then having a look at you, I mean, we've spoken to Blake about this as well, and the numbers. The Twos have got a full bench. You've got everyone who's come down. So clearly the vibe's up and about. And I saw the Twos game kick the first 4 or 5 goals of the game to get started.
It was a great start by the boys, actually. It's probably the best start of the year. I think this is probably our highest score that we scored this year as well. But seriously, we've got the core group of Twos players that just buy in every Tuesday and Thursday night, and they build the culture within that group. And we've had, this week has been probably one of the best weeks I've been involved in local footy, and it's a credit to everyone involved in our club. And I just want to thank the EFNL as well for their support. You guys have lent us marquees and been really good support, and the fact you guys are here today doing the broadcast is honestly unreal, because it gives the opportunity. We've got a lot of past players and officials and members that live interstate and overseas, and when they heard that you guys were doing the match around today, they were so excited to be able to watch it. So shout out to everyone that was involved in our club previously and is watching from afar. We wish you were here today, but hopefully we can get the 4 points and sing the song at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And you tip this afternoon. Do they get up at home, Oakleigh District? It's a few out for Silvan too, so it feels like everything is, the recipe is right there. I think just got to go out and play.
Yeah, I think the boys have they've really improved over the last month or so. Obviously getting a couple of wins on the board has helped, and Furniture Galley and Fair Park, both okay wins, great wins, and hopefully we can get another one today. And thank you again, boys. I really appreciate the support.
No, thank you for having us, and be careful with that jumper coming out. That is a Dane Swan jumper that he'll be wearing. You've got a Collingwood supporter in the corner there. There's one behind me, and you just never know. So just be careful as you take that out.
I'll tuck it in. Thanks, boys.
I was going to say, actually, Jaden, earlier in the Twos, there's a couple of guys running out there. One guy's got 35, and I know the coaches were yelling out, go on, Dakes! And I don't know if his name is Dakos or not, but he's got 35. He didn't even know what it seemed to mean, but then, like not even 10 minutes later, someone's calling Peter Moore. So I don't know if we've got a number 30 running out there as well.
No, but, they're loving the idea of the Magpies jumpers, and they're obviously taking great use of it. So, but thanks again, boys, and all the best for the call today. All right.
Fantastic. Thank you to Jaden Adolf, who's come in with the Dane Swan jumper. You can check that out on their Facebook page. They are available for purchase. We're going to go to our first ad break here. Before we're back, we'll talk about some of those other divisions as well as today's game between Oakleigh District and Silvan for the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans.
standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve. Oakleigh District taking on Silvan in the Eastland match of the round. And currently the reserves game out here, Oakleigh District 6-11-47. Silvan 4-12-36. So Silvan have come back in that reserves game. And Jared, welcome Jared, of course, to the broadcast. I thought it was actually a bit of a chance to get out there and play for Oakleigh today if they were struggling with numbers. So
you reckon?
I'm a bit disappointed.
What, you'd wear that jumper?
Well,
you were a scoresmith.
So,
yeah.
Certainly well known to the black and the white.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'd be making a difference. I think Silvan would probably be in front by now if I was playing. Probably cost up a couple of goals there. But great to have you on board. And of course, I'm sure you're very excited because you're a Collingwood Nuffy as well. So you'll be very excited to see Dane Swan.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of nostalgia surrounding watching Dane Swan in the black and the white. So it's going to be a blast from the past, no doubt, to see his cameo for Oakleigh District today. I'm very keen.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we'll touch on that game a little bit more. But before we go into obviously the broadcast game, just a couple of those other divisions we talked about. We touch on Division 2 briefly. A lot of these games, I mean, Mulgrave Templestowe, I think yesterday on the podcast, all three of us lean towards the Dockers to win that one. Yeah. Croydon, Wanturna South, again, probably more in favour with the side who's been in a little bit more form, which has been Wanturna South. And then Heathmont Waverley Blues. I don't know where to go with that. I think I actually changed my tip to the Waverley Blues based off a couple of those changes. Appleby out for Heathmont, Williamson in for Waverley Blues. Leaning maybe just towards Waverley. I can't tip Heathmont this year. As in, I can't tip them right. When I tip them, they lose. When I don't, they win. But they have won the last two. So they are just almost with some of those outs, it's almost seemed to work for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The team cohesion has been lacking in Heathmont, I think, this year. They've got such big names playing for them, such big recruits and also returnees to the club as well, and players like Isaacs and Hansen. Look, I think Heathmont does have potentially a stronger midfield than Waverley Blues. I think without Frederick Harding in the side, the Blues have struggled a little bit. There's been a lot of work for Omar Mohammed to do. He's been having an excellent year statistically. He's just not got as much support in the midfield as he might have wanted. Heathmont, on the other hand, look, they're a very tricky side to tip, and do you remember who I tipped yesterday?
I think you tipped Waverley.
Yeah. No, that would make sense. I just can't quite trust Heathmont at the moment, but I wouldn't be too shocked if they got up.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to obviously keep an eye on today. Division 1, Chris, North Ringwood, Bayswater take on each other at Quamby Reserve. Bayswater bring back Ben White. That's a massive inclusion for them, and one we thought that we might not see potentially for the rest of the season. So he's in at the halfway point of the season, which is a great pickup for Bayswater to get back in the side. But Quamby Reserve, North Ringwood at home, I feel like the Saints will get the job done.
Yeah, well, it's definitely one that requires, a bit of further thought, I mean, on the face value, you think it was North Ringwood is a pretty easy tip, but I think, you're right with those returns and that lineup. I wouldn't be shocked if Bayswater could get over the line here. I mean, it's still just a win off North Ringwood, but obviously there is percentage and all that to come into consideration. But I think the Saners do get this one done still, but I wouldn't expect it to be a blowout by any means. I think if Bayswater can be in the contest at about quarter time or half time, I think they're any chance to go through the whole way.
Yeah, definitely. Park Orchards, Beaconsfield's a big one out at Domney Reserve, Jared. Sharks have been really good after that round 1 loss to South Belgrave, and at the time we thought, we sort of questioned it a little bit, but since then we've sort of just realised that South Belgrave are the real deal, and Park Orchards finding some form. Beaconsfield's loss to Bayswater was a bit of a shock before the bye, so they're looking to bounce back, and I think you've probably got a little bit more faith at Park Orchards at home. I don't think there's going to be much in this. I think this will be a tight game, but if you're leaning towards the side, consistency, Park Orchards have had it at home. They've beaten twice last year too. I think when you're tipping these things, you probably... all the signs probably point to Park Orchard still.
Yeah, if Beaconsfield can get it on their terms, even then it's still not necessarily a sure thing because Park Orchards can score very quickly. We saw that against Montrose when Montrose started wrestling back some of the momentum. Park Orchards would break the game open once again, and I think Beaconsfield's more defensive style, it'll work throughout some of the game, but Park Orchards, they score too quickly for mine on their home deck as well. I think I have to tip them.
Particularly with, this is their forward line listed on Play HQ. They've got, obviously, Keppel, who's, the big figurehead. Yep. Lewis Downey's probably been the star of the season so far for them up forward, coming to the club from Blackburn. Pros of the half-forward line. Obviously, he'll spend some time through the midfield too. Livingston, Trembath, Price Inglis, very strong forward line, and it's going to be one it's probably hard to stop for Beaconsfield. The other two games, Montrose plays South Belgrave today, and Mooroolbark play Baronia. Chris, any upset there? Can Montrose and Mooroolbark, both at home, pull off an upset against two real strong sides in Baronia and South Belgrave?
I think Mooroolbark might have a chance. I don't see South Belgrave's first loss coming to Montrose. Obviously, they did do very well against Park Orchards, I'm quite sure, earlier on in the season. But I think South Belgrave having there. Mooroolbark is, I don't know, I just think I'm expecting them to pick up a bit of a surprise scalp in the next few weeks. I think they've, when they're on. You could say that for any team though, so that doesn't really mean much. But I just think that, they've never seemed that far off it, and they strike me as a team that, if you get them on the wrong week, and obviously at Mooroolbark Heights is there, I just think they can turn around some really good footy, and they can prove that, they're a force to be reckoned with still. So I have tipped Baronia with that being said, but if there's anyone to pick for an upset in Division 1 this round, I think it's Mooroolbark at home.
Liam George comes into the side as well from VFL for VFL Richmond, for Mooroolbark, so that's a big inclusion for them.
Kane Mackey out though is the other story there.
Yeah,
that's a tricky one to cover.
I think it seems to be for a significant amount of time too, so that hurts them. I think, and with Baronia's in, Fairchild comes back in. So does Harry Burgess down back. I think they'll be hard to beat today out at Heights Reserve. 4 minutes and a half to play in the fourth quarter of the reserves game. That margin back to 6 points. Oakleigh 6-12-48 to 5-12-42 Silvan.
Silvan didn't have a goal when I showed up here today.
No, at half time I don't think they had kicked a goal. They've actually really come back to almost pinch this one. So we'll keep an eye on that one. They played off in a thriller in round 1, less than a goal separating that game as Oakleigh have just put one through.
Ooh.
So
how did that get through?
So we haven't got the cameras on, so unfortunately those at home can't see that. But that moves them out to 12 points and might be able to hold on to there. And
that's a bit more
talk about momentum as well. Sometimes they can create the vibe, and on such a big day like this, they're going to love every win they can get. So important one for Oakleigh in that reserves game. Premier Division, before we go to a break, we'll just go through some of these games. Obviously, East Ringwood ball, and you can listen back to the podcast if you want it more in depth on that one. But that's the biggest game of the round in Prem, and potentially across all of the divisions. Grand final rematch. Roos without James Below makes things, I think, a little bit more interesting.
It does.
But in saying that, I think maybe last year probably is more significant a loss. With Josh Tovey into the side, that probably, there's something's going on behind the player down there. Not sure what happened, but
someone's just been injured.
Josh Tovey has certainly stepped up, and when you've got both of them, it's even more ideal. But even without Bela, I think Tovey's going to probably be in for a big afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the question is sort of like, he's going to go head-to-head with an Urban or a Smith or, someone along those lines. It's going to be very interesting to, after the game, have a look at the stats, see who's come out on top, and maybe if one of the second-string East Ringwood midfielders have a big day in the absence of Bielo, it would be very interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, it does look like a player who's down behind playing that reserves game.
This might be a match stopper.
Well, yeah, it looks like the game has just being held up at the moment, so fingers crossed there. Some of these other games in Premier Division, Mitcham played Roval.
It's a danger game.
Game for the Hawks.
There is no way in my mind they go through this season winless. They were so close in round one.
Yep.
Or the first time we saw them when we were out there for the match of the round. They haven't picked up a win. I'm not sure if it's going to come this week, but they're taking somebody out at some stage. They're taking a scalp at some stage. I can see it happening. And Walker Park, I don't want to talk too badly about Roval because I'll have some people from the media team coming after me. But no, I just reckon keep an eye on Mitcham through the next few weeks. They've got to pick up a win, I'm sure of it.
Well, that particular member who's out there at Walker Park this afternoon, keeping an eye on the result there, and will text us through results if Roval are winning. If we don't hear from him,
we know what's
Mitcham
going
are
on.
a good chance to get a win. Doncaster East played Noble Park. South Croydon played Vermont. Berwick played Blackburn. Someone tipped Blackburn as a potential roughie last week. Was that you, Chris? Yesterday, sorry, that Berwick might be a slight sniff against Blackburn. I know you. You're still tipping Blackburn,
it was my roughie of the week. Yeah, that's right. I just think if anyone was really going to make an upset, yesterday I was thinking Berwick because Eben Flax can be a bit tricky to navigate at times. Berwick played that really well, but no, I'm full on the Blackburn train. I think.
Yeah.
What was it when we were a couple of months into this season? I said to Jai, our CEO, that Blackburn were going to win Premier Division. So,
well, they're still big call.
North Melbourne taking Cooper Trembath off him hasn't helped that tip, but they're still alive in that. So I'm heavy on the Blackburn train, and I think this reserves match has been.
Well, that's time's going to run out now. So a great win for the Oakleigh District Reserve starts their day 7-12-54, defeating Silvan 5 at 12-42. And, of course, the other two games, South Croydon versus Vermont, big chance, I think, for a potential, I don't even know if you would call it an upset. I know Vermont welcome back Lockie Johns and Sam Wiedemann, which certainly helps their case, but South Croydon will, back at home, couple of wins under the belt now, playing a bit better, just a slight chance.
Yeah, Vermont need to make the most of the patches in the games that South Croydon, fade out, because that's what they do.
No James Wilson.
That's huge. Okay. Oh, that might be a tip changer.
And he's been really, really strong in the last couple of weeks. Had that massive game against the Tigers. Playing in the ruck too with and no Danny, I don't think, for Mitcham that week. So that is a big loss for them. But
yeah, that's big for their forward line structure, and that's going to free up one of your Vermont defenders there. Ross goes to Wilson. And
feel a bit more comfortable tipping Vermont now.
Yeah,
with that
definitely.
Loss. We are going to go to our last ad break here before the big game. Oakleigh District taking on Silvan for the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back with the call team for the first bounce.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Descent from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve, Oakleigh District taking on Silvan, and it is the 75-year anniversary for the Oakleigh District Football Club, and that is why they are wearing their heritage jumper out on the field at the moment. And on the screen, if you're watching home from YouTube and Facebook, he's got our back. He's back facing us at the moment. There is Dane Swan in the 36 for Oakleigh District, of course, playing a one-off game for the club, which is massive. Certainly has added to the occasion. 75 years, historic day, and the crowd has certainly showed up as well. A lot of people here, particularly on our side of the ground. There's
car parks were full heading into, so anyone that is still planning to come here, just letting you know that the car park is full. So
yes, it is. I do park in the Clayton Chinese Christian Church around the corner from here, which I hope I don't get locked in there because there were gates there.
Oh
God! No, I didn't. So
oh, good. You just say, "Oh God."
Yeah,
that's it. Membership paid.
I had to park
blasphemy
in front of someone's house. Oh, no, not in front.
I hope
of
you haven't locked them in, Paul.
No, not in front of the driveway, but just on the. Yeah,
yes, yeah, of course. So a big game out here today. Paul Uconi, of course, in the specials, and not stats there, but the score centre as well. But a big game, and you've obviously been on pre-game as well and talked a bit about it. How much are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah, no, it's a really exciting day out here. Silvan are playing. They've won the. Going under radar this year, and Oakleigh District celebrating 75 years, and Dane Swan being here today. It's a really exciting contest, this one.
You're a Swans fan, but you've probably watched a fair bit of Dane Swan across the years, and
I have,
still
and
pretty exciting.
It is, and he's unfortunately he's torn us a new one a couple of times over the years. I don't know if he's done that for.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
But,
sure he has.
Yeah, no, it's good to see him back out there.
Yeah, 100%. And Jared Beanland, who's calling the action alongside me this afternoon, you are a Collingwood supporter, so I'm sure you are very excited to see the famous 36 in a very similar jumper to what he wore in the playing days.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see Dane Swan out there today. Blast from the past for me, of course. Growing up, I think I would have still been in my teenage years as Dane Swan was playing. One of my favourite memories will always be when he nearly he started polling really well in the 2007 Brownlow medal and hadn't actually been invited. So the blokes on SEN gave him a call, and he was in his Mad Monday get up in his Spider-Man gear. And I can't remember who it was. It might have been Mark Fine or someone who tried to get him to promise to rock up to the
in a Spider-Man.
In a Spider-Man suit, yeah. So that's a very funny memory, I think, and just sort of like speaks a little bit to the character that Dane Swan is. Also, always been an interesting character.
That would have been iconic, holding up a Brownlow wearing a Spider-Man suit.
Yeah, and of course he did end up getting the Brownlow medal 4 years later, I think, in 2011. Always been a very sort of proud moment as a Collingwood supporter to see one of our blokes get the accolades that he deserves.
What about your tip this afternoon? I've gone Silvan in the record, but I think some of those outs actually really hurt. Charge is probably the big one in particular. Focus is not there as well. So a lot of their height today taken away, which really almost probably plays in favour of now this Oakleigh District side who have probably struggled lately.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think, look, Oakleigh District, they've flattered to deceive a little bit throughout the year. I think it was a loss that really hurt here at home against Upper Ferntree Gully. I'm going to go with Oakleigh District because it's their big day. And who knows, we're seeing Dane Swan line up in the middle. What's he going to add?
Yeah, absolutely. We're almost set to go. We'll have Chris Cordis and Oscar down on the boundary in a second, but to take us underway, Jared Benlin, first bounce out here at Princess Highway.
Blees versus, Lucarelli was the ruckman there for Oakleigh District, but we'll go again. Matteo Delfonso, of course, in the centre. He is the one to scrag the kick away, goes forward, back to Silvan this year after a year with South Belgrave. Turnbull with the kick towards Low, spoiled away from him. Oakleigh District try to make a contest of it at the ground level. It was Grouden sharing it round now on the last line of defence. An idle ball just floats over the boundary line, I believe. And it looks like Matt Lowe has already suffered a knock in that forward line, but seems to be okay. So we'll just have the boundary throw in now. As we've said, some outs for Silvan have not treated them well. Lucarelli goes the swing and the miss. Trying to look for it at ground level was Lamidi, chasing after it now. Number 9 out there for Oakleigh District. I don't think we actually have
we
that.
We do, so Simon Hawkins with the Heritage jumper now wearing number 9 instead of his usual number 15. So we get a boundary throw on far side. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Silvan trying to get a hold of this one. There's Hawkins, got the handball away. Now Groden outside their defensive half towards us broadcast side. Silvan have got some numbers. They link up through Bizzotto. Inside 50 and a mark is taken, so they'll get their first opportunity. First look here, be kicking from a fair angle. Looks to play on straight away. Doesn't want to go the set shot. That's not a bad effort from Styles. Couldn't quite bring it back, so just a minor score.
Yeah, the opening 2 minutes, Silvan have really tried to establish their authority as Dane Swan took the kick in there.
Yeah, interesting to see him with the duties, of course, and it was a tackle and holding the ball in the end. At the bottom of that, was it holding the ball? Indeed it was. At the bottom of that was Josh Cochran, and taking the free kick and the shot on goal. Man in the long sleeves, just going to have to get him to turn around.
Yeah, good tackle there by Cochran, and setting up this early opportunity on goal.
So coming in at a guess, I think it's Lockie Lynch in the long sleeves. The first shot at goal, set shot at goal for Silvan, goes wayward.
Lynch, sorry.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary for the first time. We've got Chris.
Sorry, lads, I've gone it down here now. Conditions look real good, dry, not a lot of wind at all. And early on, it was Matt Lowe who was holding his head, but looks to be okay.
Thanks there, Chris. Is out of defence. Oakleigh District go on the far side. Hanson. Free kick here for Silvan. So Cats' pressure and intensity has been good in the first 3 minutes. They're 2 behinds on the board, the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Oakleigh no score. The kick inside 50's turned it over to the hands of Mitch Potts, who plays on straight away. He's looking for Nelthrop towards the boundary line. He's seen over and out in front of what is a fairly good crowd out here at Princess Highway Reserve. If you've just joined us, Heritage Round, 75 years celebrating for the Oakleigh District Football Club, and the Cats looking to spoil the party. They are having a great season at the moment. Ball comes back into play. Here's Cochrane. Went without it. Ball towards the boundary line. Delfonso. Almost a push in the back. Free kick might be going the way of the Cats. So taking this kick, it'll be Daniel Brown for Silvan. And it'll be a tough angle from here. Really tight on that boundary side in front of the Silvan box. Take his absolute best. Plenty of familiar faces down there at the Silvan box as well. A lot of players they'd love to have out there this afternoon as Brown comes in. It's always going to be a tough kick from there. Scrape through for a behind. So they're third of the afternoon. 3 behind Silvan. Oakleigh District no score. 4.5 minutes gone first term.
Oakleigh District to take the kick in. I believe this is Hawkins. Takes a bit of his space in front of him and launches it into the centre of the ground. Offhands it was. That was Connor Cochrane. But Silvan will recover it. Another inside 50 for the Cats. Hilton couldn't quite mark it, so goes back for it. Josh Cochrane now fades with the handball. Oh, dodges one tackle. He was under duress there. The handball wasn't fantastic, so Silvan will feast on it. Turnbull. Now a bouncing ball into the hands of Becerra. He gave it up to Morgan. And sharing it round now, Oakleigh District. The kick onto the wing. Mark taken. Pearson. This is Blake Pearson. Wheels around. Onto the right. Sees a target. One-on-one. No mark taken. It was spilled off the hands of Becerra. And now Steiniger into the pocket. This is a careful kick down the line. Was able to find Turnbull on the bounce. Turnbull snaps it. They continue to go forward here. 2-on-1 situation. Nearly a mark to Cochrane. Now juggling it. Ooh, smacking it out there was Lockie Lynch. Hunting it is Styles, but first to it, Oakleigh District. Skirmish at ground level at centre half forward for Silvan. Styles lays the tackle and will have the ball up.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Cordes on the boundary line.
At the moment, guys, Dane Swan's just setting himself up as a spare behind the ball in the D50.
Thank you very much. It'll be interesting to see what impact he has on the game. Fighting for it at ground level was Skews. Now it's come out for Oakleigh District. Oh, huge tackle laid on Luke Potts, and it's holding the ball. Tackling pressure by Silvan has been pretty excellent thus far. It's Nicholson. He sees an option inside forward 50. Offhands, that was Hilton. Swan crashes in and bounces out of the pack. Scooped up there by Cooper. That was
holding the ball.
Holding the ball, and Dane Swan's been caught. So Matt Lowe will line up to take the free kick.
Silvan certainly not afraid to take him on, and great tackle there. Both players got around him, but Matt Lowe, fantastic.
Great tackle there by Lowe. And yeah, all the first 6.5 minutes of this game has been all Silvan.
Matt Lowe comes in, and he misses as well. So that's the 4th behind on the scoreboard for Silvan, the main goal kicker for the year. Couldn't quite slot that one at his 26th for the year, but I'm sure that will come in time.
Well, they certainly look good early on in this game. All the play being down their end of the ground. There's a long kick out of defence, and the mark is taken. Lucarelli passes it off. Potts. Back out of bounds it goes again, so we'll get a boundary throw on far side. We've played 7.5 minutes into this first term. Silvan 4 behinds. Oakleigh District yet to score. They've only had the one inside 50 in the first quarter so far. Tapped down by Lucarelli. Here's Potts. Handball over the top. And they get this ball moving. Now caught is Hansen. Just getting away with the handball in time, but over the boundary line it goes. So they gain a little bit more territory as they make their way up the field. Ball brought back into play. Tap down from Lucarelli. That ground level there was Hunt. Got the handball off to Potts. Potts further out. Was looking for Ryan Pearson. Lucarelli now, inside 50. Can they get a mark? Silvan's defence holds up okay. At ground level is Benaki. And now out the back, this is a golden opportunity for Ben Hunt to put the first on the board. He was out the back, and the ball landed in his lap, and they moved to 1 straight 6. Oakleigh District, Silvan 4 behind. 8.5 minutes gone first term, and you see that often where a side doesn't capitalise with all the play, then it goes down the other end, and straight away, bang.
Yeah, well done to Ben Hunt, former Glen Waverley Hawks man. One of the ins for today for Oakleigh District.
Yeah, it was a great quick kick in there, and I was able to find at the back, but the Silvan have had all the play so far, so a good response by Oakleigh District to get one against the grain and get the first goal on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking an unlikely lead is what it seems. Lucarelli, or I think maybe Ambrose it was, that went up in the ruck. Swan trying to track it, beaten to it, however, by Turnbull. Skirmish at ground level is going to be locked up as the clamps are applied. Ambrose now to take the ruck against Blease. Cameron Blease, he gets the tap down. Looks like it's out to Turnbull again, finding Cardamone. He's wrapped up immediately by Hansen. Holding the ball, they'll take advantage. And now on the march, here we go. This is Josh Groudon, takes 2 bounces. Scooting away, crashes into his own teammate. Simon Black it was. Has to find a bit more space for his boot. Inside forward 50. It went Hamish Heath at ground level. Good disruption though by... That was Balthazar. And now Silvan, they're going to have to be calm and collected in their back line. The handball, it found Askiak. And now marching down the line was Cardamone. Bouncing ball inside Silvan's forward 50. It was stopped there by Swan. Hunting it was Potts. He got crashed into. Hansen now finds the handball out into space. The whistle's gone as Hudson was tackled, and it looks like we've got a player down, and we're going to have to get some trainers out into the field by the sounds of things. Who has gone down here for Silvan? Might have been... this is Kyle Skews.
Connor Morgan. Kyle Skews, sorry.
Just quickly, just got some early scores from Premier Division. Baldwin lead 1 straight 6 over East Ringwood yet to score, and Rowville lead 2-1-13, and Mitcham yet to score.
Thanks, Paul. We'll certainly keep updated with those scores around the grounds as we wait for Cole to come off the field.
Boundary.
For Silvan, and down to Chris on the boundary.
Just quickly, guys, every time Oakleigh District get the ball near their forward 50, they're just leaking one into the goal screen. Silvan haven't wised up to it yet.
So back inside 50 for the Cats. They've had plenty of inside 50 opportunities, but yet to convert a goal. And they'll get a stoppage here, ball up as Simon Black goes down, does a bit of a roll behind play. Can Silvan capitalise with their first tap down straight into the hands of Ambrose for Oakleigh District. Now they link up through Hunt. Hunt on the outside. Bouncing ball. Cats with some numbers at the back. Went through the hands there of Cochrane. So Bissell's off to Cardamone. Cardamone through the middle. Just getting his kick away in time. Bit of a grubber kick. Came off the hands of Brown. Looking to clear this one out is Potts. Can't get through the tackle. Almost 12 minutes gone first term. 1 straight 6 Oakleigh, 4 behind Silvan. Cats with most of the play so far. Tackle applied to Pisano, and we'll get a ball up again outside the forward 50 arc for the Cats.
Umpire throws the ball up. Blease was blocked, I think, and he's going to be given the free kick. Now, kick and a half from home. Or
he's having a crack.
Is he having a crack? Goodness me. So Cameron Blease seems pretty confident about this this shot at goal. Oh, he's just feigning.
Behind him.
Yeah, that is true. 6 goals for the year thus far. Former Heathmont player. He's going to march in, and this will be for Silvan's first if he's accurate. It's a good-looking kick. Oh, it's home. It's there for Silvan and Blease, and they get their first on the board. They are 1-4-10 to Oakleigh District, 1 straight 6. We've gone 13 minutes in the first quarter here at Princess Highway Reserve.
Well, that's a fantastic kick, Paul.
It was a monster kick, wasn't it? It was he backed himself in. He had a bit of breeze behind him, but no, it was well done on him of having the confidence to go back and kick their first goal.
Yeah, certainly right. We'll ask the boys on the boundary, how is the breeze out there? Because it has been famous at times to be quite strong and certainly favour that end of the ground as we're back in the middle. Here's Dane Swan. Back in the midfield now for Oakleigh. He hits up a target. Hanson back inside 50. Underneath this one, Silvan looked to mop it up. Delfonso, centre half back for the Cats. He'll switch it towards the far side. 14 minutes gone first term. The Cats have owned most of the game so far, but lead by 4 points. Back towards the centre corridor. Cochrane got hands to it. Ball comes out. Going forward. Here's Potts. Potts towards a teammate there in Cochrane who takes the mark on the chest. Looks to move this on straight away and inside 50. Here's Ryan Pearson. So they've been... Certainly, I think they've probably only been inside 50 maybe 3 or 4 times this quarter, and if Pearson puts that through, they've certainly converted well. 1 straight 6 to 1-4. Pearson off the boot to the left is just a minor score. So 1-1-7 for Oakleigh, trailing Silvan 1-4-10. We played 14, almost 15 minutes into this first term.
Well, they've been efficient with the amount of shots at goal, at least, that they've had per inside 50. Steiniger hoofs it as he does, and sounds like a holding free kick is going to go the way of Josh Cochrane for the Districts. So Oakleigh District will charge again. Pearson, that was Ryan, now hands it off to Hanson. He's going to try and spot up a target in the pocket. Black had to run onto it, and great smother. Good defensive work there by Bissels.
Just quickly, some Division 1 scores. South Belgrave lead 2 straight 12 over the Trows, 1 behind. Rural Barclay 2 behind Subaronia, yet to score. And North Ringwood lead 1 point to Bayswater, yet to score.
Oakleigh District going back to go forward from this clearance. Hassled off of it though. This is Delfonso trying to work hard for it, but Nelthrop got to it. He was tackled, it came out. Delfonso continues to hunt, continues to work. Morgan was there as well, and shunted over the line was Delfonso along with the ball.
Some Div 2 scores as well. Lilydale lead 3-1-19 over Ringwood, yet to score. Mulgrave and Templestowe tied 1-1-7 apiece. Wanney South lead 1-3-9 over Croydon, 1 straight 6, and Waverley Blues lead 1 straight 6 over Heathmont, yet to score.
Thank you very much, Paul. Lots of interesting scores, especially those in Division 2. It's going to be very worth keeping an eye on what's going on around the grounds today in the Eastern Footy League. From this clearance, he was tackled was McCrimmon, but as Silvan gained a little bit of territory, they couldn't really control it, and so another boundary throw in. Gone 16 and a half minutes in the first quarter. Oakleigh Districts 1-1-7, Silvan 1-4-10. Special day for Oakleigh Districts with Dane Swan playing, and their 75th anniversary, of course. Lucarelli gets the tap down, but it's just going to all be locked up once more.
Got some Div 3 scores as well. Coldstream and Fair Park are 1-1-7 apiece. Knox lead 2-2-14 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 1 straight 6. And Scoresby lead 2-1-13 over Ferntree Gully, yet to score. I nearly read out this game's score.
Which is 10 Silvan leading Oakleigh District 7. The clearing kick out from Hawkins sees it across the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in. At 50 out from the Silvan goals. And Oakleigh District will probably be pretty pleased that they've only conceded the 1 goal with the amount of players being down this end of the ground. Tap down from Lucarelli. Delfonso going nowhere, wrapped up by Connor Morgan.
They've been very solid defensively to start this game off, Oakleigh District, as I've got a Div 4 score. Churnside Park lead 1-1-7 over Bulleen Templestowe, 2 behind. So I think we've got a blood rule here.
Yes, there is. So play just held up for the moment. 18 minutes gone first term as
McNaughton perhaps? No.
Connor Morgan comes off the field with the blood rule. Looks like I can see here Delfonso's got probably some blood on the back of his leg if he realises it or not. Umpire certainly doesn't as the ball is tapped out by Turnbull. We'll get another boundary throw in. 18.5 minutes gone first term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastland 98.1 FM or watching at home on Facebook and YouTube. Starting to feel that winter weather. Ball back into play, and I'll let it play on just for a little bit, but now decides to bring it in. So we'll get a ball up. Still about 60 out from the Cats' goals.
Stoppage heavy past few minutes here. Umpire decides to break it up with a infringement in the ruck, it seems like. So Blees will take the free kick. Of course, the main ruckman without James Charge in there today. So inside forward 50. But Swan will repel for Oakleigh District. Gets it to Black. Now McNaughton onto the wing. Good mark taken by Potts. He's going to wheel around. Oakleigh District moving the ball well. This has been good transition. It's in the hands of Pearson. That was Blake. Now Hansen looping handball over the top. Hamish Heath now weighs up his options. One-on-one inside the forward 50 for Oakleigh District. And it was Connor Cochran with some sticky hands. He was able to outpoint his Silvan opponent and take the mark.
Very good end-to-end there by Oakleigh District to get it out of their back half, and it was a great mark there by Cochran.
So Connor Cochran, he's one of the ins today for Oakleigh District. 16 goals for the year. Handy player out of the square, but he's just pushed it all the way across the face of goal, and it's gone out in the full in the other pocket. So Silvan will take the free kick through Steiniger, I think.
Despite the kick, it is a great inclusion to have him back in the side this weekend. Silvan looked to get out of trouble in defence. The mark taken by Bizzotto at centre half back here for the Cats. There's a couple of options. Looks to switch it towards the far side, and now they're off through the middle of the ground. They use the corridor well. Mark taken by Stiles. Jake Stiles inside 50 here for the Cats. Lowe's deep in attack, almost was held. Ball out the back, getting a boot to it there. Basin is always going to be behind, and just a minor score. 1-5-11 Silvan leading Oakleigh District 1-1-7, and almost 21 minutes gone.
Dane Swan took the kick in. It found Lamidi. He's going to send it wide. Now, they like this transition over the outer side of the ground, but Nelthrop is held up briefly. Assessing his options, decides to just send it down the line. The pack forms. Cochran was there. It came off hands. Now, Oakleigh District running in waves. Potts with a shot at goal. Pearson's running back, but it might have just... Oh, it went through for just the behind.
Hit the post.
It hit the post, in fact.
It literally was going through and then just hit the post right at the last second.
And that's why Pearson just left it. He thought, oh, this is going through, and he's looked down and it's bounced back at him.
So right in front of us on the van, getting the handball away. Time was a skipper in Hawkins. Ball comes out now to Groden. Inside 50 again for Oakleigh, looking for Blake Pearson, standing in front to take the mark there with Steininger. Nicely.
I must say, even though it's one goal apiece, it's been an entertaining struggle so far.
Yeah, it has. 1-2-8 Oakleigh District, 1-5-11 Silvan. Down the line it goes. Turned over, so kicking it now, Jared Ambrose for Oakleigh District. Ambrose will send it where it's come from. Cochran in the middle of that one. Tapped across the line. We get a boundary throw in, almost 22.5 minutes gone first term. Let us know where you're tuning in from this afternoon. Round 10 of the Division 3 competition in the senior men's here today, ahead of the rest of the senior men's comps. We're in round 8 and 9. So getting closer towards finals time as Potts is wrapped up, and we'll get another stoppage. 70 out from the Oakleigh goals.
Last couple of minutes, Oakleigh Districts have got a bit more play forward in their forward half.
And it's happening again as a good kick by Connor Morgan spots up a target inside forward 50, and this looks like Pearson. So coming back is Blake Pearson, the coach, the playing coach for Oakleigh District, of course. 30 goals for the year so far. Can he put a 31st on the board? Yes, he can. And so Oakleigh District, they get their second at 2-2-14 to Silvan 1-5-11. And the home side take the lead.
Yeah, important kick for Oakleigh there. And it's certainly been pretty efficient when they've gone forward themselves. And Blake Pearson doesn't miss those ones. So to go in front at quarter time, if they can hold on to this lead, they'll be very happy because, as we said, Silvan have certainly had plenty of opportunities themselves.
It was a great stoppage play from Oakleigh there, boys. Kick out of the stoppage to Pearson, and no, it was a great kick from Pearson.
Great finish back in the middle. 2-2-14 Oakleigh District, 1-5-11 Silvan. Can the Cats hit back before quarter time? Getting it away was Blease. Wrapped up. And a free kick has been awarded. And it's been Dane Swan. Good pressure in the midfield. Hits up a target in Hanson. Hanson looks to get away. Settled the candy. Just got the kick away to Morgan in time. Not 15, so he has to play on in the direction of Pearson once again. Picks it up nicely. Gets past one. No, not quite. Getting in by the jumper there. And it's a free kick against Pizzotto. So swung him down in the tackle. Grabbed him by the jumper. It looked like Pearson had just shrugged him off. And so a free kick going the way of Blake Pearson.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a lucky free kick there going to Pearson.
Tiggy touchwood, as the old blokes would say.
So Blake Pearson, who kicked a similar goal with this angle just a moment ago. This kick, he's nailed it. He's got two in a row. And Oakleigh now move clear 3-2-20 to the Cats. 1-5-11, 25 minutes gone first term.
Well, wouldn't have seen this scoreline coming at quarter time when Silvan, earlier in the quarter, they had all the play.
And they were 4-0.
Well, it's what happens in football. If you don't take your opportunities, the other side's going to make you pay.
Absolutely. And we've seen much better transition and good stoppage work as well by Oakleigh District to potentially round out this first quarter.
Got some more scores from Premier. Noble Park lead 1 straight 6 to Donny East 5 behinds. Vermont lead 4 straight 24 to South Corn 2-1-13. And Berwick lead 2-3-15 to Blackburn 1 straight 6.
The Wickers getting the early start against Blackburn. But back here, Potts will get the clearance finally. Steiniger puts himself in the way and takes a great, courageous mark. So the Cats will go forward. Steiniger, he's got a massive boot on him. Just slipped out of the hands of his teammate, Dane Swan, mops it up. And the kick from Potts, that's Mitch Potts, is not quite handled well enough. So we'll spill over the line and we'll have a boundary throw in the shadows of quarter time.
Swan's also moved to the centre.
So ball brought back into play. Not long to go. Can Silvan get one back before quarter time? And they've actually won themselves a free kick here. So still a long way out from home, but they do have a breeze behind them. Let's pass it off straight away. A long kick towards goal. If this holds its line, there's your Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And what a kick from Matt Steininger. Has absolutely unloaded from just about 60 metres out, and that's using the breeze to your advantage. And that moves the Cats to 2-5-17. Oakleigh District 3-2-20. Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. How is that breeze down there, boys, on the boundary?
It's picking up down here, guys. It's starting to get a bit more windy, and it's definitely getting a bit cold.
Thanks, Oscar. Probably will hold
two
up.
Two big kicks there from Silvan to get their goals.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was really good unselfish play too.
It was indeed. Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, yeah, Steiniger, I think it's become very clear that that leg is an absolute weapon. Bernacci, however, with the clearance, as we're going to see Oakleigh District escape. And it was Hawkins Kick towards right half forward. Mark taken. Whoa, that was a handy mark by Blake Pearson. Don't think his opponent expected him to just rip it out of the air like that. Pizzotto's been beaten once more, and Blake Pearson is starting to take control of this match.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity now for a third goal in the quarter.
And he comes. The playing coach for Oakleigh District. And he's slotted it. Trusty goal kicker these days, Blake Pearson. And that was one to really stretch the margin here as Oakleigh District take it to 4-2-26. Silvan 2-5-17.
Yeah, absolutely. The playing coach showing them how it's done early. You know, it's a big game for Oakleigh District. It's one they need to win to keep their season alive, and 3 goals from Blake Pearson.
Multiple times this season when they have won, he's been so important for the lineup, kicking 4 or 5 goals in their wins, and sometimes a lone hand in that forward line, but they'll find it tricky to match up on him across the afternoon, and that hurt Silvan just before quarter time. Oakleigh 4-2-26, Silvan 2-5-17 as the siren sounds.
Gentlemen, just a quick note on just looking from a sports trainer's point of view. Just Dane Swan, he's a little bit ginger on that right-hand side hip. So, yeah, just suggest you keep a look out for that moving forward for the rest of the game.
We'll keep an eye on that. It's quarter time out here at Princess High Road Reserve. Blake Pearson has 3 of the 4 goals. Ben Hunt has 1. And then Steininger, Blease also have 1 each for the Cats. We'll be back in just a moment for the second quarter action out here in the Eastland match around. 4-2-26 Oakleigh District, 2-5-17 Silvan.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve, where we are seeing an interesting clash in Division 3 Oakleigh District on their 75th anniversary, a very special day, and of course a cameo by Collingwood legend Dane Swan. It's currently the district's up 4-2-26 to Silvan 2-5-17, just not quite making the most of their opportunities early. Silvan and Oakleigh District starting to really hit some form in the latter stages of that quarter. Paul Uconi in our special comments seat and the score centre as well. How did you see this quarter play out?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tale of two halves in a way. Like, you know, Silvan early on, they had a lot of the play in their forward 50, but they didn't take a lot of their opportunities. But then later in that quarter, Oakleigh established themselves in that forward half.
Chris Cordes on the boundary line.
Yes, guys, I'm down here with one of the Oakleigh District assistant coaches, Peter. Have you seen that quarter so far? You got off to a good start.
I thought we were a little bit slow to settle at first, but once we evened up around the contest, I think we were able to move the ball pretty well into the wind, and shows on the scoreboard. So, yeah, we're pretty happy so far.
Yeah, excellent. You've been getting some good entrances into forward 50. You're looking to just keep going with that since it works, or change it up throughout the matchup?
Oh, look, we'll try and lower our eyes a little bit going inside 50 now, probably aim for about 30 metres out, because we know the way Silvan play, they like to drop a player behind the ball, so they'll be looking to impact that contest, and the way we're going to try and nullify that is to go that little bit shorter, lower our eyes a bit.
Excellent. And just to address the elephant in the room before I let you go, Dane Swan started down back as a spare and then moved up towards the footy. You expect to see him around the contest a bit more?
Oh, look, Swanee's the smartest footballer out on the ground at the moment, so we'll just let him play the way he plays, and he'll impact when he needs to.
Excellent. Best of luck, Coach.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Just quickly, some scores around the grounds in Premier Division. A low-scoring contest between East Ringwood and Baldwin. East Ringwood 139 at Baldwin 117. Rowville lead over Mitcham. Rowville 5-4-34 to Mitcham 1 straight 6. Noble Park lead 2 straight 12 over Donny East 1-5-11. Vermont lead 5-1-31 to South Croydon 2-1-13. And Berwick lead 2-4-16 to Blackburn 1-1-7.
Very interesting scores there from Premier Division. Of course, we'll keep you updated with all the scores around the eastern suburbs as the second quarter begins here at Princess Highway Reserve. Ryan Long to bring us in.
So Lucarelli getting the tap down for Oakleigh District, kicking the right side of screen. This quarter, Swan got the handball away to Hunt, to Potts, run down.
Good tackle.
And they're holding the ball, free kick going the way of Pisano for the Cats. So can they get something going early in this term after wasting some opportunities early on in the game? Mark taking on the outer side. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams as the Cats move inside 50 underneath this one. Taking the mark is Potts. Mitch Potts goes back to Dane Swan. Floating in the back line, kick towards Blake Pearson. Bounce up nicely to him, got the handball away over the top. Under a lot of pressure here is Nelthorpe. He's result in a stoppage.
Just quickly, Ryan, some Div 1 scores. North Ringwood 2-6-18 to Bayswater 2-2-14. Beaconsfield 2-2-14 to Park Orchard yet to score. Boronia and Moorbuck are tied apiece. Boronia 2 straight 12 to Moorbuck 1-6-12, and Montrose 3-4-22 to South Belgrave 3-3-21.
Luke Potts breaking away, got the handball down to the middle of the ground. There'll be an advantage free kick. No, we'll come back to Luke Potts. So Potts, there's a player out, and that's Mitch Potts. Now inside 50 they go. Mark taken. And another opportunity here. Playing on straight away, there was Hunt. Bouncing footy, maybe the wrong decision in the end. Weaving through traffic, getting the handball away. Back to Pisano. Pisano off the half-back line. Dangerous kick. Turned over. Still end up with the footy, though, down the middle of the ground. McNaughton couldn't possess of it. Ball comes back out. Never away from Cochrane. Cochrane breaking through the tackles. Now inside 50 again for Oakleigh. In front position, couldn't quite take the mark there, Cochrane. Free kick here for the Cats as they look to make advantage of it through Lynch.
So, Lockie Lynch, dainty little kick to the centre of the ground. It was well weighted though. And Silvan are going to just try and work this one out. They come a bit wider. They're telling him to go forward. This is Pisano with ball in hand. It tries to show the ball to Bonacci, who's been uncharacteristically quiet for the District. Mark's been taken by Bissell. They went backwards to try and switch the ball up, but looks like the down-the-line option is the only one. Well, he's going to kick it back to Pisano. So Oakleigh District have got them hemmed in here and defending the ground really well. Silvan seem to be struggling with this zone that the Districts have set up, so they have to go wider, and it's now out to Balthazar. He tackled it as he was kicked it, and that
25.
Was a 25-metre penalty. So Silvan now, all that defensive work by Oakleigh Districts to set themselves up really well and force Silvan wide. Could have just come a little bit unstuck there with the territory gained from that 25-metre penalty. And so Nick Balthazar, well, it looks like he's got the same conundrum in front of him. The Districts have set up well. Good lead out by Styles. Couldn't quite take the mark. The option was a good one, though. Josh Cochran was there, couldn't handle the ball. It's turn ball now for Silvan inside forward 50. Good punch away by Hilton. Falls to, the ball comes now to Grouden. He's turned it backwards to Dane Swan. And his kick will find, that was Potts. Finds the running player with the handball. Now, not a great option. Silvan, it was a 2-on-1 situation, and the Cats win it away here through Bissell's, and he's going to try and find low. Hilton again with a great spoil. Staunch in defence, Dylan Hilton, and it'll be a boundary throw in the pocket for Silvan.
Just some Div 2 scores. Surrey Park 3-1-19 to East Burwood 2-1-13. Lillardale 3-3-21 to Ringwood 1-1-7. Mulgrave and Templestowe 4-2-26 apiece.
Swinging away from the tackle there was Lynch towards low, almost took the mark. Plenty of Oakleigh numbers around this ball. Hilton clearing kick. Can't quite get it out of their back half just yet. And the holding the ball free kick here going the way of the Cats to Riley Smith, who
punt was stiff there, I think.
I thought so too. Wants to play on straight away from outside 50 towards the top of the square. Low was in front position. Ball hit the deck towards the goal square. Oakleigh have got the numbers. Luke Potts chooses to take a bounce, bit of time, a second bounce. And now he goes towards the corridor. Big ball to be won. Mark almost taken there by the skipper in Hawkins. Ryan Pearson, should I say. Luke Potts handballed it away. Bonneke went the don't argue. Now inside 50. Cats have got some numbers back here. Steiner got the handball away. Balthazar's kick. Out of bounds on the full.
Quickly finishing off those Div 2 scores. Wani South 2-4-16 to Croydon 1-1-7, and Waverley Blues 1 straight 6 to Heathmont, yet to score.
Thank you very much, Paul. This quarter's been very much played between the arcs, but Black now has the opportunity to send it forward for Oakleigh District, and the lead came out. It was Blake Pearson again, and he took the mark. He was 2-on-1. The kick had to be perfect, and it was. And now Blake Pearson's kick also has to be perfect to score the goal because he's at such a difficult angle, but
he's taken up residence in the Silvan box.
So probably getting some advice here, how to kick it into the wind. And he's done just that. Oh, what a goal by Blake Pearson.
Boundary.
And Oakleigh District will pull further away. That's their 5th goal. Let's go down to the boundary line with Oscar.
I was just down there at the Silvan huddle at quarter time. Coach Jeremy Thomas wants his forwards to lead to the ball in this second term, and he also isn't happy with the amount of shots at goal that went astray last term.
Just some Div 3 scores. Donvale 3-3-21 to the Basin, yet to score. Coldstream 4-2-26 to Fair Park 2-2-14, a big 8-pointer there. Knox 3-4-22 to Upper Ferntree Gully 2 straight 12, and scores be 3-3-21 to Ferntree Gully 2.
Out the middle.
What a goal.
And Dane Swan just went bang from the centre. 6-2-38 to 2-5-17 Silvan. And what a finish. And Shepherd across the line there from Cochrane as well. So Oakleigh District now extended that lead out to 21 points, 38 to 17.
There have been some big goals at that end from 60 metres out, 65 out, and certainly been some goal of the day contenders early so far.
Absolutely. Blees and Steineger in the first quarter with long bombs for Silvan. Now Dane Swan makes his mark on this game. Back into the centre, Oakleigh District very much in ascendancy now. What can Silvan do to stop the momentum? Well, they'll force another stoppage. Right in the centre of the ground. We've gone 8 minutes in the second quarter. Thanks very much for joining us. Paul, with some more scores.
Some Div 4 scores. Churnside Park 4, 125 to Bulleen Templestowe 139. Kilsyth 5, 434 to Croydon North Hemlock 117. And Warrandyte 3-119 to Whitehorse 128.
Hansen links up with Bonacci. His is a bouncing ball towards the forward line, but didn't quite make it there. Disrupting the play there was number 9 for Silvan, who I don't think we have. They're going to share it around. Bissell should have taken that mark. Potts will feast on this. Gets the handball out to Hansen. He's under pressure. That was a great tackle by Bizzotto.
Boundary.
And we'll have a ball up out there. Chris.
Number 9, I believe, is Hawkins, who we had down as 15, Jared.
Oh, yes, thank you. So up we go once more. That was Potts. He was tackled and over the boundary line once more, or just a throw up? It was, yeah, just a ball up. So Oakleigh District, as I've said, very much in ascendancy. This time we will have a throw-in.
Well, that 21-point lead, it looks like it could blow out as well in this quarter with the way they're going at the moment. Making the most of their opportunities where Silvan failed to do so early on in that first term. Tap down, sock it away, Delfonso. Here's Dane Swan, kicked the last goal. Gets past one, the kick was smothered by Delfonso, and good pressure there from Swan. Tackle on Turnbull. Play ball on the outside in front of Jaden Adolf, who's doing a bit of camera work out there for Oakleigh District. Back towards their forward 50. Have another stoppage.
Was on our pre-game too, Jaden.
Yes, he's done a fantastic job with a lot of the work here for the Heritage Day. So outside 50, punch forward from Lucarelli. Potts swung around, handballed over the top. Looking for Black. Picked up again by Potts, who's having quite the impact himself. He's had 40 plus on quite a few occasions this season, and you can certainly see why. There's a bit of ball up inside 50 here for Oakleigh District. 10 minutes gone second term, 6-2-38 lead Silvan, 2-5-17. Ball back in play, stolen away. Bassiak, long kick out of defence, almost stealing the mark from each other, but Hawkins takes the grab. Back inside 50 once again. Who's at ground level? Chasing that one with Pearson. Handballed it away. And across the line it goes. So we get another boundary throw-in.
A lot of play on the outer side at the moment of the Princess Highway Reserve. Oakleigh District are threatening, but Silvan's defence holding up for the moment. In these last couple of plays, there's been a free kick picked out of the ruck contest, and it's going to go the way of Cameron Blees. So Silvan now, we've seen them struggle to move the ball from defence this quarter. Oakleigh District setting up well. Garrison Askiak takes the mark. There's a diving one, but gee, it's a lot of effort to not go particularly far. Well, that was an idle ball. Might work out for Silvan. Now Blees is going to run with it. Tumbling ball towards the forward line. Scooped up. Oh, this is Brown. Hands it off to Lowe. This could be a kick. Oh, not quite. That would have been some excellent transition by Silvan. Very opportunistic, but it hasn't quite
Bit of a
worked.
missed opportunity there for Silvan. Had a relatively open goal, but it was good end-to-end play there by...
Well, it might be end-to-end here as Potts streaming down the boundary side. The kick was a poor one, but was pushed after it. So downfield free kick for Oakleigh.
Pearson's right there, closest player.
So he's in range from here. There's no doubt about it.
I think he moved right to that spot.
So
he wasn't initially.
The kick will be well and truly past the arc, but with a bit of a breeze. He's been very accurate in front of goal. I think he's hit the 4 straight so far, and this would be a 26-point lead. Chooses to pass it off inside 50 to his brother in Ryan Pearson. Smart play, and Oakleigh District now will have a closer set shot. Probably about 35 out, directly in front, Ryan Pearson.
Caught the Silvan defence napping there.
Yeah, they did. As Ryan Pearson lines up for his first of the afternoon. Just to the right, so a minor score. 6-3-39 Oakleigh, 2-6-18 Silvan. 13 minutes gone second term.
Might have been better off in his brother's hands.
Probably would have, with the way he's kicking at the moment.
4 goals already for Blake Pearson. As Steiniger will take the kick in. That was a good mark as well, taken by Lockie Lynch, working his way up the ground. Once more, though, held up. So the long down the line kick will be the option. It was cut off immediately by McNaughton. Hands it now to Cochran. That's Josh Cochran. Bouncing ball inside forward 50. Wasn't a good entry, though. Silvan will repel. Lamidi puts his body on the line against Blees. Now scooped up by Nelthrop. Swung around by Styles. Held to him. 14 minutes gone in this second quarter, 38-18, 20-point lead to Oakleigh Districts in their 75th anniversary game. And a cameo by Dane Swan. A bouncing ball by Silvan, cut off, and now McNaughton, he's swung to ground, ball spills out, so Silvan will hand it over through Cardamone, and now the tackle's been laid. Good pressure by Lamidi, just to stop a potential foray forward for the Cats. Up we go again. Ambrose this time against Blees. Blees, good tap down, but it was sharked by Nelthrop. And he was wrapped up once more. So the ruckman will duel once more. Double tap by Blees. Finds Pisano, and his kick inside forward 50. Fell in front of Basildon. But Oakleigh District, they had the numbers at ground level and the composure of Potts as well to find an option on the outer side, and the mark's been taken by Cooper Hudson.
So looks for the inbound kick, and McNaughton plays on right away. Here's Hansen in control of this game, well and truly 20-point lead. Hansen holding this one up for short kick over the top. Looks to play on straight away, and he'll receive the handball once again. Been involved early in this game. Kick down the line is cut off, that time by Bizzles. Towards the boundary line, can't quite pick it up. Has Black to compete with. Get a ball up on the far side. Some scores around the grounds ball.
In Premier, East Ringwood 3-4-22 to Bowen 1-1-7. Rowville 9-6-60 to Mitcham 3 straight 18. Noble Park 3-2-20 to Donny East 1-6-12. Vermont 6-2-38 to South Croydon 2-2-14. And Blackburn 4-2-26 to Berwick 2-6-18.
So back in the middle of the ground. Free kick here going towards Alfonso. Has Cardamone all by himself. The kick doesn't quite reach him. He's still got plenty of space to run onto it. Looking for Turnbull towards us broadcast side. Bounced in favour of him, and now a chance for Hawkins. Hawkins looking for Potts. Potts, who's had a ton of it this quarter, ends up back in the hands of Hawkins. Off to Morgan. Morgan inside 50. Ryan Pearson's in front position. Out the back is Cochran. Handballs it back to Blake Pearson. Off to Ryan. Ryan Pearson, short kick. Smart one. And the mark is taken. And Connor Morgan is working hard on that play now as an opportunity to put through one for Oakleigh District.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary.
Guys, we saw Dane Swan end the first quarter around the ball. He's just dropped back again to get a breather now, like we saw at the start of the first term. They seem better for it as well, the Oakleigh District defence. They've just been winning their battles and repelling really well.
Moved the ball quite well after probably the first 10 minutes of that first term. And Morgan fought hard this afternoon so far in the first half. Lines up, bit shaky off the boot. Not a problem. All through for a goal, and that's their 7th. 7-2-44 to Silvan, 2-6-18. 17 minutes gone second term.
First goal of the year for Connor Morgan.
Yeah, certainly good bit of play there in their forward half by Oakleigh District, and they're getting their bang for buck at the moment. They're kicking straight 7 goals through, so you know they're taking advantage of their shots at goal, and they're getting them closer in the goal from about 30 metres out, which is what they've been after.
Exactly, and they've managed to stop Silvan have any real shots at goal deep in their forward line. So back in the middle we are. Cochrane controls the bouncing ball, hands it off to Potts. He's going to share it round, and Oakleigh District will go forward once more. Pearson's the option, couldn't quite take the mark. We'll try and control the ball. He left it behind though. Hamish Heath now over to Hudson. Handball, this is dangerous. Dane Swan, the cameo! Doesn't quite work out though this time, as he's kicked it out in the full.
Just some Div 1 scores quickly. Bayswater 4-2-26 to North Ringwood 2-8-20. Beaconsfield 5-4-34 to Park Orchards yet to score. Mooroolbark 1-10-16 to Baronia 2-3-15, and South Belgrave 6-4 tie to Montrose 3-4-22.
Beaconsfield holding Park Orchards scoreless at the moment is fascinating stuff, as Silvan try to march forward, but Lockie Lynch ends up in a bind, and that bind's name is Cooper Hudson. So all up. On the wing, just defensive side of it for Silvan. Blaze v Ambrose once more. Ambrose gets the tap down, right down the throat of Bassadin. Trying to get the kick away was Morgan. Had to turn tackler on Bizzotto. Just a heavy scrap here. All go to ground. Calls to hold it in come from the bench, and that's exactly what they do.
Almost into time on second term, 19 minutes gone. 7-3-45 Oakleigh District, 2-6-18 Silvan. That's
just
almost got to be high, but the umpire was behind that, so didn't get a good look at it.
Sorry, Ryan, just some Div 2 quickly. East Burwood 4-1-25 to Surrey Park 3-1-19. Lilydale and Ringwood are 3-4-22 apiece. Tempe lead 7-5-47 and Mulgrave 4-2-26. Wani South 4-4-28 to Croydon 3-1-19, and Heathmont and Waverley Blues are 5-3-33 apiece.
Run down tackle, just got his kick away in time at the half-back line here for Silvan. Here's Hanson for Oakleigh District, handball away. The handball from McNaughton was cut off, and it was by Styles. Now Bassano. Got a lot of black and white jumpers to compete with here. Hanson's been massive, got the handball forward. And now to Ryan Pearson, who's got some space and some time to load up and kick Oakleigh District's 8. They are running on top, 8-3-51 to Silvan 2-6-18.
Yeah,
and that's a 33-point lead now.
They've certainly taken control of this game, Oakleigh District. Their pressure's been outstanding the second quarter. A great turnover goal there, and it's they're really putting on a show at the moment, Oakleigh District.
Such an important contest in the middle of the ground there. It could have gone either way, especially when Styles came across and cut off one of those handballs, but Oakleigh District just continued to put pressure on the ball when Silvan had it, and were able to win it, and good disposals as well.
Div 3 quickly, Coldstream 5-2-32 to Fair Park 4-3-27. Knox 4-4-28 to Upper Ferntree Gully 3-3-21, and Scoresby 6-6-42 to Ferntree Gully 3-3-21.
Thank you very much, Paul. Silvan were about to clear it. Hawkins took the intercept mark, and the Districts will go forward once more. However, with a little bit of time and space in the back line, Silvan could work this out. It wasn't a good kick at all though, and chasing it down was I'll have to get back to you on that one, but it's a ball in Oakleigh District's forward line.
Just a Div 4 score quickly. Churnside Park 8-1-49 to Bulling Templestowe 2-4-16.
Delfonso nearly cleared it, but he got caught and he was held. So the free kick will come for Silvan in their back line. Once more, just trying to assess the situation. Now, what has he found? He's found Styles, and Styles gets the chopping of the arms free kick. So Hawkins couldn't figure that one out, unfortunately, for Oakleigh District. So Styles will march forward. Bassadin, he's the target, sets himself. Hilton got in the way and took the mark. So in fact, no, it wasn't Hilton. Sorry, it was Groudon. And he's going to launch it. Goes the barrel.
Bring back the barrel.
That's such a big kick, but just not well directed, and the intercept mark was taken by Silvan.
So Bissell's found Smith and the handball. This has just been the sort of quarter summed up in a play there. Went the handball styles and not watching. It's number 9 there.
Yeah.
So if we can get the boundary rise potentially to find out at half time who that number 9 is to the Cats, is going forward is Pisano towards centre half forward. Big mark taken. And this is a much needed one. He'll be kicking from fairway out if he wants to. Looks to play on straight away to Styles towards the pocket. Here's low, dangerous. Potts fumbled it across the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in inside 50 for the Cats. They trailed 2-6-18 to 8-3-51.
Just noticing just before up there, and Lucarelli was letting number 9 for Silvan know all about it.
Yeah, that's right. As
You're saying you're not on our team list.
as Dane Swan in the back pocket got it off to McNaughton. McNaughton running around, getting the kick away to Luke Potts, the half back line. He switches the play now to Groden. Kick's not a great one, but almost spoiling it from his teammate there with Smith. The ball comes back out to Pearson. Pearson looking for Black out the back. He's got Bissell to compete with, taps it forward. Hanson to run onto this as well as Steininger. And out of bounds it goes. Almost 24 minutes gone second term, and cannot concede another one. They are already 33 points down. The game is starting to slip away from the Cats. Undermanned, it has to be said. And they are playing an Oakleigh District side who've got all to play for. Season virtually on the line, as Blake Pearson said in the pre-game. There's the ball brought back into play. Hanson had a lot of it this quarter. Handball it off to Hunt, who's wrapped up, and we'll get a ball up again inside 50 for Oakleigh.
I did ask the boundary boys who the number 9 for Silvan was earlier, and I got told it was Hawkins, the other number 9 who is a jumper change for Oakleigh District on the other hand. So I thought I was going mad. I didn't actually think I saw a number 9 for Silvan out there until I saw him again later.
That's why when you asked, I started looking for 15 on Silvan's side, and there's nothing there.
That's Liam Chowkri. So Oakleigh District have another shot at goal. It's going to go wayward, however, and all the way over the boundary line and out on the full as we tick into the 25th minute in the second quarter. Oakleigh District.
How good's that from the Silvan socials?
Yeah, telling us, good on them. Thank you very much for the person listening out there. So Silvan will assess their options once more. 2-6-18. They trail Oakleigh District's 8-3-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Basildon takes a good mark. Wheels around, trying to find the corridor. Carterman is there, takes the mark. Had some options running past
25.
him, and it was a 25-metre
Held him
penalty.
up.
Yeah, he did hold him up, because he might have actually gotten the handball away. This time he gets the kick, and it's low. Oh, presenting well, couldn't quite take the mark. Trying to wield the ball was Cochrane. That was Josh Cochrane. Grouden could be onto it. No, it was Styles first to it. Blees, tackled by Grouden. Turnover. Oakleigh District now. And another tackle, this time by Silvan. Another turnover. In goes Styles. Sends the ball towards the pocket, and taking the easy mark back there was Dane Swan, and he's going to release Oakleigh District on the outer side.
Well, Lowe's getting a lot of attention down back as Potts now on the wing. Inside 50, as easy as you like. Finds Blake Pearson. And you go back down the other end. Potentially Delfonso was stiff not to get a hole in the ball free kick, and they blazed away to Lowe every time, and he's always had at least 1 or 2 on him.
Can he kick 5.5?
Well, if there's one man who could, I think he's got 4, Blake Pearson, looking for goal number 5 on the half-time siren, be kicking from outside the arc. Blake Pearson has missed to the left, so a let off there for Silvan as Oakleigh moved to 8-4-52. Silvan 2-6-18. Half-time out here at Princess Highway Reserve. We're going to take a quick break here before we are back for the second half in what is a big day for the Oakleigh District Football Club, celebrating 75 years.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, Why, yes. I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Barony Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Oakleigh District versus Silvan in the Eastland match of the round. Princess Highway Reserve. It is Oakleigh District at half-time, leading 52 to Silvan 18, and certainly it was there's quite a strong breeze down to the right side of your screen, or the quarter that Oakleigh District just kicked the 4 goals in just then, Chris, and kept Silvan goalless, and they're certainly now well and truly on top, and it's their game to lose from here. No, you're exactly right. It's interesting because when I was down there, it didn't actually feel like a 4-goal breeze by any means, but you know, like you said, 8-4-52 to 2-6-18. You could look at it another way and say it's Blake Pearson 4-1-25 playing Silvan 2-6-18 at the moment. But no, you're right. Look, they've done everything that they needed to do. They are fully deserving of this 34-point lead. I mean, it's been a brilliant showing. They're winning the stoppages even when they go and the ball's in the defensive 50 and they have to defend. They're right there. They're right up for Potts is sweeping up, Dane Swan sweeping up, and they're getting the ball forwards. Like, I know Blake Pearson missed that shot just after the siren, but I counted. It took them 3 kicks to get from about 10 metres in front of their defensive uprights to get to a shot on goal. So they've been moving the ball brilliantly. I think the question now is definitely, can they keep it up? Because we've seen in the season so far, when they lose, they have been giving up massive scores in the second half. In round 1, when they first played Silvan, they conceded 89 points. In round 3, they gave up 52 in the third quarter. In round 6, they gave up 73 in the second half. And then in round 9 against the Basin, they gave up 48 points in the second quarter. So, some big scores. Some big scores, but you have to give them credit. I'll put my hand up and say I wasn't at those games. I haven't seen those games, but I doubt they were playing as well as they are right now, because my tip was Silvan for that exact reason. You know, I was questioning whether Oakleigh District would be able to put together 4 quarters, but at the moment there is nothing from those 60-ish minutes of football that would suggest that Oakleigh District are going to drop off here. Yeah, they're running on top of the ground. They're moving the ball really well. You talked about the transition from half back a couple of times. Silvan missed some opportunities, and then off the half-back line, they went bang, and they're looking to take the game on. Luke Potts was everywhere in that second term, and as was Hansen as well. I think Hansen had a really impressive first half, found plenty of the football, and then up forward, of course, in Blake Pearson, where he has that reliance of some of those guys who are playing their role through the midfield, and potentially some of the guys who don't get talked about as much. Connor Morgan's been good at stages. Both Cochrane's have been thereabout, Grodin, and they are getting those opportunities up forward where, if they can get it to Pearson, get him, isolated one-on-one, he's going to be pretty strong in those one-on-one contests. Very good leading at the footy, and then, converts goals like it's easy. I mean, you look at some of those set shots, they weren't all easy shots. Most of them were, particularly that one on the boundary line, in the Silvan box, and that's a very difficult kick.
He knew straight away as well. As soon as he hit his boot, he was celebrating. But what I found really impressive from Oakleigh District, if we put the sheer scoreboard aside and the way they're playing, they've been moving some magnets around, and it doesn't look like they've missed a beat. We've seen twice now in both of those quarters, Dane Swan started as the spare down back. Means they've had really good structure, but also the last 5 to 10 minutes of the quarters, they're moving him up to the ball, and Luke Potts starts to do a bit more defensive work when that happens. And in all honesty, they're moving magnets around, they're getting different looks, even going forward. Although, Blake Pearson's had the 4 and off 5 shots on goal there. They're giving Silvan a lot of different looks, and I like the way that it's worked for them so far. It means that the Cats haven't been able to settle in, haven't been able to really get the matchups that they want and impose themselves on the game, and it's been brilliant so far. We heard it from their assistant coach at quarter time, and even Blake Pearson was in the huddle at quarter time. Very, very calm, very controlled. He was just saying, we're winning this because we want it more at the moment. Keep going, keep looking for the hit-ups, because they know Silvan want to drop back. So from a coaching perspective and even from a play perspective, it's everything's coming up Oakleigh District at the moment.
And they can finish this game off in the first 10 minutes this third term. If they get going quickly, get the first couple, there'll be too much for Silvan to get back into this game. Even now, as it stands, 34 points. It's a big ask for the Cats with a lot of key players out of that side. They're losing a lot of height today, and a lot of the times they're going long and looking for Matt Lowe. And a couple of times I think he's been maybe stiff not to get a free kick. They've been holding on to him a little bit, but they can't blaze away and kick on 1-on-3 contests and stuff. So they've got to be a bit smarter with their forward 50 entries. Before we go back down and have a break before the second half, we'll go through some of those scores around the grounds. We talked about this one, East Ringwood Ball in the grand final rematch in Premier Division. An injury at that game has held up play with East Ringwood 3-4-22 leading board 1-1-7. So expect a little bit of a later finish for that game out at East Ringwood Reserve. This one by the margin. Roval 11-9-75 to Mitcham, 3 straight 18.
So much for a danger game. Huh?
Yeah, well, they will not be very pleased with Tigers with that.
Fair play to Roval.
That's an absolute thumping. And
have that done on your home turf is not great.
No, they will not be pleased with that going in at half time. Doncaster East Noble Park is an upset brewing. The Bulls 6-4-40 leading the Lions 2-7-19. So just when you think Doncaster East are sort of back in control in their fate, now suddenly a really important game there.
Can't get a read on them. Can't get a read on them at all.
South Croydon Vermont 4-6-30. South Croydon trailing Vermont 8-3-51. Who had Weedham and Johns back in today. Blackburn leading Berwick 7-3-45 to 2-7-19 Berwick. And Berwick were in front early on in that game. And just on that, South Croydon, they do kick one late. Now I'm back to 15 points, 36-51.
Do we have Division 1? Because I thought my headset was playing up when I heard that Park Orchards was scoreless at home.
Yes, they have scored now, but they're still behind there. 4-3-27 to Beaconsfield, 7-5-47. So the Eagles
got it back to 20
points. Yeah, strong start for them. North Ringwood lead Bayswater, 5-8-38 to 4-2-26. Interesting scoreline. 2 goals, 10-22 Mirrabah. Trailing Baronia 4-4-28, so they're in that game, but you cannot kick 2-10 and expect to win. Montrose versus South Belgrave. South Belgrave 9-5-59 to the D's 3-5-23, so they're looking to remain undefeated in Division 1. Division 2, East Burwood I know I shouldn't have said this, but we're going to wrap things up quite quickly. But they lead 45-27, and I said that's the one game I'd be pretty confident on. We're going to take a break. We'll go through all those scores after the break. It is Oakleigh District 8-4-52 leading Silvan 2-6-18 out here at Princess Highway Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve. Oakleigh District taking on Silvan. Oakleigh 8-4-52 to the Cats 2-6-18 out here at Princess Highway Reserve. A big day for the Oakleigh District side, 75 years celebrating their history, as well as a Dane Swan appearance for them, who's been good, but certainly not in their best three, I don't think. I've thought some of those other players, of course, Blake Pearson's kicked 4 and been a standout. We really like the game of Hansen early on. Luke Potts has had plenty of it. Yep. Just going through some of those scores, Paul, I was halfway through Division 2. Surrey Park trailing Eastfield. That's the one game I said, lock that one in. Surrey Park to win. They are trailing 27-45. Lilydale versus Ringwood, tight game. Lilydale up by a point, 29-28. Templestowe 7-point lead over Mulgrave, 57-50. Wanturna South 2-goal lead over Croydon, 31-19. Waverley Blues 59, Heathmont 34.
Mulgrave's sticking in that game. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I am too. I think that's one we probably didn't know what was going to happen. Donvale, someone's clicked final score on the Play HQ and it said that Donvale won 21-0.
In Div 1, Self Belgrave lead by 8 goals over Montrose. You don't see them get...
well, we got a message through from
home often.
Our beloved Montrose member of the media team. Anyone want my... This is Blake Tennant. Anyone want my Montrose membership? About to throw it in the bin.
Whoa.
I knew it. He's a turncoat. As soon as they drop off, he's
going
out.
to go to play at
Forest Hill next week, apparently. So
it's a big week for Blake.
Could that be our first ever match of the round appearance at a reserves game, boys?
Oh, I think so. I think lock it in next week.
No, so we had Dyson Baker was the media manager at the time.
Who did he play
Forest
for?
Hill.
Forest Hill.
Oh, Forest Hill as well. Right.
If Blake plays for
give us
Forest Hill
5
Rezzies,
seconds.
if Blake plays for Forest Hill Rezzies, let whoever they play against know I'll line up for my footballing debut against him.
Yeah, I'll be out there too. As we're back out here at Princess Highway Reserve. Here's Steininger for the Cats, sending them back into attack. Need the first one in this game. They've got the mark, and this is an opportunity to get one back. As Mason will line up from probably about 45 metres out.
So is Blake not putting his membership in the microwave, is he?
Well, he
Bit,
might.
apparently.
In the burner.
In the furnace.
The furnace.
Basildon for the Silvan side, trailing at this moment by 34 points. They're kicking from outside the arc, and that one fades to the right with the wind and out of bounds on the full. So no score, 2-6-18 the Cats, 8-4-52 Oakleigh.
Tried to get too much on that one, did Macedon. And Oakleigh District exit from defence with a good mark to Bonacci. He's going to try and find an option. It's Connor Cochran who's led up. And their transition has been a feature of their game today of Oakleigh District. And the marking continues to be good as well. Simon Black came across and took that one. Bonacci, who snuck his way forward. And now at centre half forward, takes the mark. Could line up, could seek another option. He's going to do that. Hands it off. Grouden from the arc. And it's going to fade into the pocket. And the mark's been taken by an unmarked Ryan Pearson. That was poor checking by Silvan. Ryan Pearson swings round the body and slams home the first of the second half for Oakleigh District. And they extend their lead. 9-4, 58-6-18. And we'll go boundary side with Chris Cortis.
Well, one thing you absolutely cannot do if you're down 34 points starting a quarter is concede early, and the Silvan defence just completely switched off as soon as that kick went in the air.
Yeah. Very, very disappointing there by Silvan's defence. Just didn't seem alert at all.
And probably the story of the game so far. They had an opportunity themselves, transition the ball from the back line, Oakleigh District, and straight away capitalised. So they haven't been completely dominated. Like, they've had their opportunities in the first and start of this quarter, but just haven't taken them. Here's Swan out of the middle, socket off the ground, and they're looking the much better side at the moment. Towards the wing here, Ben Hunt chasing this one. Just got away his handball in time. He'll receive it again. We're on the left boot, inside 50. Trying to take that mark there was Cochran. Ball fell in the hands of Ryan Pearson. We're going to get a ball up inside 50 of Oakleigh's end of the ground. They lead by 40 points. Tap down from Cochran. Here's Luke Potts chasing this one. Socket towards the boundary line. He's been massive.
So Oakleigh District, what can they manufacture from this? Silvan really clinging on to the game at the moment. Hard to see them get back from here if this quarter continues the way it started. Blee's got the tap down. Hanson sharked it. Now to Hunt, who's going to centre the ball top of the goal square. It's come down. Steininger's just trying to launch it out of defence. Coming across was Cochran. That was Josh. Now to Grouden from the arc. He's going to send it homeward. Oh, just ricochets back in off Silvan hands. Cochran, he tried to speed away, got tackled. It fell to Ryan Pearson. He snapped at goal, and it was just across the face. Silvan clinging on at the moment and absolutely under siege.
So 9-5-59 Oakleigh District now, 2-6-18 Silvan. Blake Pearson involved again there, almost putting through another one for Oakleigh as we said, 41 points, but even if they can't win this game, they've certainly got to get back into it on the scoreboard because percentage with their spot on the ladder is quite important. The ball comes back out here to Dane Swan. High kick. Too much for Hanson to handle. Oh. Run down.
Because heading into the day, even though they were in fifth, their percentage, Silvan's percentage was 95. So as you said, Ryan, that could be vital coming into the last couple rounds of the year.
Yeah, last thing they want is to cop a hiding out here today as Potts inside 50 looking for Black, went through his hands, out the back doing well with Smith, got the handle away, Hanson involved again, holding the ball, free kick, and he's going to go back and have the set shot from probably about 35 metres out as Jaden Adolph right in front of us taking more snaps of the crowd, getting involved, and he's having a frothy too, enjoying himself. As Hanson lines up from 35, kick on the way, and the mark taken, and that's too easy in the end for Cochrane. Right on the goal square there, that just a coach killer for the Cats, as Cochrane will make no mistake, directly in front, goes back, kicks Oakleigh District's 10th, 10-5-65 to Silvan 2-6-18.
Boundary. Boys,
let's go down the boundary. Sorry, Jaden's taking photos of us.
He's posing.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be going to the Silvan Huddle at 3/4 time and interviewing Jeremy Thomas, which I'm really not starting to look forward to, given the 2 marks that they've given up on the goal line here.
Yeah, I don't envy you, Chris. But back in the middle we will go. Silvan they have to stop the bleeding at some point. I just don't know who the winners out of the middle are going to be for them. I mean, Turnbull and Delfonso are probably your main ones. Trying to take hold of it was Asiak. He got turned over onto the ground, but taken high. Searching for options. You can see the urgency and maybe a little bit of concern there. Oh, over the top. That was nearly a great mark by Lynch. It comes down. Basildon tries to feed it out. Hunting for it at ground level. Lynch goes again. Gets the kick away. It's towards the goal square. Having to run onto it was Daniel Brown, but it's just got too much on it for him and bounces over the line for one behind.
That was only their second behind since quarter. They've kicked 2 behind since quarter time, Silvan.
Not a good start.
No, not really, as they need to lock this one in. Needed the next goal. Going forward there, Basildon. Again, Oakleigh District had all the numbers. That's holding the ball. Darcy Turnbull will get himself a free kick. Oh, in fact, it's the free kick before that, sorry. I thought the whistle was very quick on that one. So Hudson, bouncing kick. Hanson down the line. In front position, Cochrane takes the mark. Strong hands. And we'll look to use the corridor. Bouncing footy over the top. Who wants this one more? Almost went without it. Did Heath. Pressure inside their forward 50. Hunt wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 here. 65 plays 19. Big day for Oakleigh District, of course, and they've certainly come out firing. This is probably the best we've seen them all season with the effort they've put in today. So tapped over their head into the hands of Bizzotto. Looking to clear this one out. Here's Luke Potts again. Trying to barge through a tackle. Delfonso has fought hard for the Cats.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary with Oscar.
Dane Swan just playing that role, dropping back again, guys.
Thanks, Oscar, as we certainly keep an eye on him as the game goes on. Here's Hanson breaking away from the clearance. His kick bounces over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. As the Silvan Water boy tried to claim out of bounds on the floor.
Nice try. Cochrane was the lead-up target there. It was just a little too wide for him. Not really getting into it is Connor Cochrane today, but that's all right. First day back, and Simon Black tried to get the kick away, but looks like he's hurt his ankle there. Oakleigh District will play on with it. Silvan tried to disrupt it. It ricocheted off the Silvan kick back to Steiniger, and he's going to launch it onto the wing. Contest. Well, it's going to end up now with Silvan. Good chain of hands through Turnbull, and now Blees. Blees' kick finds a one-on-one situation. What a scrap there. Good stuff by Hilton against Lowe just to hold him up.
Boundary.
And he forces the stoppage. Let's go down to Chris.
Yeah, guys, Simon Black just limping off now. I think what happened was he went to kick the footy and just got someone's shin.
Yeah, it wasn't a good look, but hopefully just the knock and no lasting injury or impact.
You feel like this is a big 10-15 minutes for Silvan in this game?
Yeah, even if it isn't about the win, it is about just cutting the margin and saving a bit of face even. Basildon, who started to look busy, he's gone to ground though. Swan gets the handball up and the kick off the ground as his man couldn't take it. Bizzotto was first to it for the Cats, and he sees it over the line. Silvan definitely just struggling with their efficiency inside 50. No real clear ball for your players like your Lowe. Basildon, he's had to fight hard.
Just an update, Jared, out of East Ringwood Reserve. Plays only resumed just now. So that was in the first term, I think, Lee, or maybe early second quarter, where was the injury out at East Ringwood?
Yeah, it was the second quarter, 10 minutes into the second quarter.
Yep, so delayed finish for them.
Yeah, probably. Well, it depends on how long they play the rest of... Yeah, they might cut each of the quarters, I don't know.
Turnbull.
Keep on top of it.
Swung round. It was a high up and under, but the marks... No, not 15. So Growden, he ends up in a tackle. And that was Chowkri. So a ball up here on the near side.
Yeah, they certainly are missing the likes of Charge and particularly Folks as well down the boundary at the moment. Turnbull inside 50. And there's a mark. That's Matt Lowe in front. And he's probably had a frustrating afternoon because Hilton's played him really, really close. They've dropped plays in front of him.
This is a much-needed one for Silvan.
It is, and he's certainly copping a lot of tension up forward, and that's what happens to the quality forwards. This kick just sums up the frustrating afternoon for Matt Lowe. That's a behind, and that moves us to 8:20. Oakleigh District 10-5, 65, 11 minutes gone third term. Not one they could afford to miss.
So Dane Swan bounces out, gets it to Growden, and his kick down the lane. He's going to find the wing. Ambrose took the mark. That was strong hands under Duras. He's going to step around Styles, send it forward, and it looks like Hamish Heath was the man in front to claim the mark. Yes, indeed. Silvan they don't like that at all.
Bissell's had a fair bit of it.
He did.
Man in front.
So Oakleigh District will march forward. The target was Pearson, just worked his man under the ball. Had to turn tackler in the end. And it ends with a ball up in the pocket. Ball with some more scores.
There in Premier. East Ringwood 3-4-22. The ball went 1-2-8. Of course, that game just resumed. Rowville 13-9-87 to Mitcham 3-1-19. Noble Park 6-5-41 to Donny East 2-8-20. Vermont 8-4-52 to South Crown 5-6-36. And Blackburn 7-3-45 to Berwick 4-9-33.
So ball brought back into play here. Tap down from Cochrane. Pearson wrapped up. We'll get another ball up. 12 and a half minutes gone third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 10-5-65. Oakleigh leading the Cats 2-8-20. They're looking to clear it out the back half at the moment towards the half-back flank. So they go forward now on the far side. Target was Brown. Oakleigh pick it off through Ambrose. They go back. Here's Luke Potts again. He's just found plenty of space. Mitch Potts. Goes wide once again to Hudson. Hudson on the half-back line for Oakleigh District. Moves the ball forward. They've moved this so well. So here's Hamish Heath right in front of us. Broadcast side. Goes inside 50. Mark taken by Ryan Pearson. Blake wasn't too far behind him. It looked like one of them was always going to pick that one. And that is just beautiful work of the football where Silvan just got nowhere near it.
Some of it just looks like a training drill at this point.
Yeah, it did certainly on that occasion, as Ryan Pearson's kick is too much to the left, so a minor score. 10-6-66 Oakleigh.
Needs a little more
20
training.
Silvan. 13 and a half minutes gone third term.
Div 1 scores. North Ringwood 7-9-51 to Bayswater 4-2-26. Beaconsfield 7-5-47 to Park Orchards 4-3-27. That's a great kick.
Yeah, Steinager deploys his main weapon and finds De Alfonso in the middle of the ground. and 2 kicks, and they've got it inside forward 50, but Mark wasn't taken. Scooped up. Swinging round was Lockie Lynch. Is it going to bounce home? It was just touched on the line by Hilton.
Story of the day.
And you're right. Yeah, Daniel Brown, was it?
Turnbull, I think.
Oh, Turnbull, my bad.
Just finishing
Too many
off,
long sleeves.
Just finishing off those Div 1 scores. Boronia 5-4-34 to Millbach 3-10-28, and South Belgrave 11-5-71 to Montrose 3-5-23.
So at the half-back line here, Oakleigh District moving the ball again through Hanson. Had a lot of the footy today. I'd like to see his stats on Monday, as well as Luke Potts, who turns it over this time. And Basildon for the Cats. Long kick back into attack, looking for Matt Lowe, using his body well this time. It was at the back of Hilton and takes the mark, and he missed that last goal from about 10-15 metres out on a bit of an angle. This one further out, and just one they just have to get through. Currently trail this game by 45 points. Matthew Lowe, before the King's birthday weekend, kicked the 7 goals against Ferntree Gully. And this kick, it's all clear. Silvan get their 3rd of the game. That moves them to 3-9-27 to 10-6-66 Oakleigh District, and Matt Lowe hits the scoreboard.
Long time between drinks. Not a single goal in that second quarter, and we're into the 16th minute of this one.
Probably a 50-minute wait.
Yeah, probably around about that. So Silvan, 3-9-27, Oakleigh District, 10-6-66. Thank you very much for joining us on EFNL Game Day.
Sorry, Jared, just some Div 2 scores. East Burwood 7-6-48 to Surrey Park 4-5-29. Lilydale 5-5-35 to Ringwood 4-5-29. Tempe 8-9-57 to Mulgrave 9-2-56. Wani South 6-9-45 to Croydon 4-3-27. And Waverley Blues 9-5-59 to Heathmont 6-4 Forte.
Thank you very much. So Oakleigh District look to get this clearance. It's now come to Nelthrop. He's going to send it
downfield.
Oh, it was a downfield free kick. I heard the whistle go. Couldn't see what happened. Yeah. Let's see where this is going to end up, because it could be another shot at goal for Oakleigh District by the looks of it. Yeah, it's going to end up where Nelthrop ended up kicking it. So Connor Cochran is on a massive angle here, coming in to try and score his 2nd goal. Deliberate run in. He's going to push it across the face of goal and send it. Ooh. The punch came from the Silvan's defence, and that ends up to be one rushed behind. 10-7-67 to Silvan, 3-9-27. A 40-point lead to the Oakleigh District.
Just some Div 3. Donval, 25 I think as well.
Yeah.
Donval 7-5-47 to DeBasin 1-5-11. Coldstream 6-3-39 to Fair Park 5-6-36. Knox 5-8-38 to Upper Gully 5-5-35, and Scoresby it's 9-8-62 to Ferntree Gully 4-5-29. That's holding the ball. No,
not quite. Get a ball up inside 50. In Oakleigh's forward half of the ground, 10-7-67 to 3-9-27. 40-point lead out here at Princes Highway Reserve. The kick was smothered, as they're just desperate to get this ball away. Out the back was Josh Cochran. Didn't take the mark, but won the footy. Went back to Potts. Potts now back inside the forward half. Got nothing in front of him. And the inset mark is taken. The Cats, who came into this game 5th on the ladder, certainly not wanting to be blown out the longer this game goes on. Percentage in mind. Using the corridor, Turnbull. Mark was dropped by Brown. Socket off the ground now towards Oakleigh's forward half. Can he pick this one up? Can Heath got the handle away? Copping one high there was Hanson. And it was around the shoulder, and there's no doubt about that. Looks to play on straight away. Has players over the top. Poor marking. Black was all by himself, and he finishes the goal. Had Cochran in the square, and unfortunately for Silvan, they had quite a few players just standing flat-footed there.
Yeah.
And Black was all by himself, so Another goal for Oakleigh. That moves them to 73. Silvan 27.
Black, he kind of teased Connor Cochran there. He just sort of
it
looked like it was a pass, but
Yeah.
it just went a little bit too far. I don't know if it was intentionally a shot at goal, or and he just overcooked it.
Just some Div 4 scores quickly. Bulleen Templestowe have got back into it. Churnside Park 8-4-52 to Bulleen Templestowe 5-7-37 and Kilsyth 6-8-44 to Croydon North Emlock 2-3-15.
Oh, Bonacci with the aggressive push there, kicks it inside forward 50. Cochran comes out to meet it. He's in the pocket, hands it off to Black. He can kick a second in a minute if the umpire hadn't held him up.
Yeah.
And it's going to come back.
It's coming back. It's an Oakleigh free kick, but it looked like he was about to call advantage.
Yeah, I don't understand why that wouldn't be advantage, to be perfectly honest.
I think he went to call advantage, but then realised everyone had stopped to turn around and look what the whistle was.
Right, yeah, no, that does make sense. Well, Simon Black, who was on the ball there, wasn't able to take advantage. He's got one. Kicked the last one. He's got 5 goals for the year now. That's his 6th for the year, 2nd in a minute. And Simon Black kicks Oakleigh's 12th goal. They move to 12-7-79 to Silvan 3-9-27 as we tick into time on in this 3rd quarter. Princess Highway Reserve, Oakleigh District celebrating their 75-year anniversary, hence the traditional strip, the black and white stripes, as opposed to their usual black with a white sash.
Jared, this can go one or two ways for Silvan. They can be blown out of the water here and lose this game by 100 points, or they can just dig in. They're not going to win this contest from here, but very important that they do respond and fight this one out, because, as we said, they are a potential final side this season. They sit 5th. They do not want to cop a massive percentage bump the other way, as Potts got off to Swan. Swan's kick was smothered. Delfonso got the handball away now. Inside 50 for the Cats. Bouncing footy, running onto this first is Hawkins. Handball over the top towards the boundary line. McNaughton has nowhere to go, but out of bounds. It's boundary throw on far side. 21.5 minutes gone, 3rd term. 79 plays 27.
Score in Premier Division. South Croydon are in front of Vermont 8-6-54 to Vermont 8-5-53.
That swung around quickly as Potts off the ground towards the half-forward line. Heath tapping it in front of himself. Picked it up on the 2nd attempt. Handball over the top. They link up to Cochran, to Potts. Potts off the left boot. Hits up Pearson. And again, it is too easy for Oakleigh. And Blake Pearson kicked 4 goals in the first half and was the reason they did get out of the block so quickly. And now could be on his way for his 5th goal of the game. Blake Pearson. He makes no mistake. You can hear him out on the ground. Loves it. 13-7-85 to 3-9-27 Silvan. 22.5 minutes gone. And they are running on top of this game. 5 for Pearson. And Oakleigh District going to have a big night tonight, I think.
Absolutely. Silvan, they've got a lot of work to do to stop the slaughter, I think. They have been hemorrhaging goals for basically ever since the middle of the 1st quarter. And it is looking like a grim day for the Cats, who have certainly rolled over at this stage. Blees versus Lucarelli once more in the centre. Oakleigh District to try and get the clearance through Hansen. He was wrapped up. As we're in time on in this 3rd quarter. Here we go again. It was tapped by Asiak over to Lynn. She's going to send it forward. Lowe was leading up to it, but fell short of him. And Mitch Potts sees it over the boundary line. So territory gained for Silvan. They've not been able to convert that into goals consistently. Back in we go. Dane Swan roves it, gets the handball away to Groudon. Takes a bounce. He's got a lot of space to work with. Bit of a chase coming from Pisano, but he was enough ahead of him to get the kick away. However, turned it over. Mark taken by Butera. Now gets it to Pisano, who's going to look for an option inside forward 50. Good cutting across was Groudon. Turnbull had to tackle. Now Swan gets the handball away. Hilton Bouncing ball out of defence for Oakleigh District. Bassano run down by Hansen. Umpire calls play on. Potts just left it behind for a second. Was able to recover it. Oakleigh District with all the numbers and very little pressure on Silvan's behalf. So the Districts were able to find the corridor. Black run down as he tried to play on. Umpire calls play on again. Styles was there. Tried to get the tap along the ground. Scooped up. Morgan in the back. And Oakleigh District will send it inside forward 50 from this free kick. So Connor Morgan has kicked the one goal for the day. He's about 2 kicks from home with this one, however. And wow, that was a great spot up kick as Connor Cochran let out and it just fell into his lap. So Connor Cochran, he's kicked 1 goal for the quarter. Starting to do his thing now, but his kick, well, he was looking for Pearson, but Steiniger cuts it off easily, and Silvan will exit from defence.
So looking for McCrimmon, that ball bouncing out first. Just an update out of Scoresby. They're well ahead now, 69-29 over Ferntree Gully, but they kicked 7 goals in the first half, Paul. Adam Amin kicked all 7. So that's a pretty incredible performance out there.
One-man band.
He's certainly not finding Division 3 any more difficult than Division 4 last year, kicking 100 goals, and he's had a fantastic season so far. Back out here, Princess Highway Reserve will get another stoppage. 85 plays 27, Oakleigh District looking for their 4th win of the season.
38 goals heading into this afternoon. He's currently on 46.
So Cameron Blease, the free kick here for the Cats out the half-back broadcast side.
So he's kicked 8 so far, Ryan.
Another one. Fantastic for Adam is taking the game on here, getting the handball across. They go towards the half-forward line, the Cats. Kick was ball one, fell into the hands of Hawkins. Just hasn't been their day today. Potts finds Luke Potts, Mitch to Luke. Luke down looking for Ryan Pearson. A lot of same last names across the board in the Oakleigh lineup as the Cats through Kelvy go forward. Lowers in front position. Hilton doing very well, spoiling that out of bounds, and stoppage inside 54. Silvan, 26.5 minutes gone, third term.
Well, that was a great individual effort there by Calvi. He won the 2-on-1, kept the ball in front of him, showed some speed, but once again the entry was just poor.
So the boundary throw in front position, there's Blease. Pushed aside, Basildon. Ball comes out, Cardamone. Can't find much space, got the handball away. Lynch's kick was smothered and it just works out in favour of Oakleigh now, who just link up so easily at first until Bonneke fumbled it.
What a pickup by Turnbull.
Absolutely is. Now they go back inside.
So
4:50
was my bad.
But no one there. And that is your three-quarter time siren. 13-7-85 Oakleigh District leading Silvan 3-9-27. Blake Pearson has 5 of those goals for Oakleigh. We're going to take a quick break and then be back for the final quarter out here, Princess Highway Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve, Oakleigh District 13-7-85, leading Silvan 3-9-27. And 1 quarter to play out here, and it has been all Oakleigh, Paul, and we'll go through some scores as the final quarter.
Got some interesting scores as well.
What has stood out to you so far today?
I just had a look at the Bull Lane Churnside score.
Tied.
It is tied. Churnside led by 34 points at one stage, but at the moment it is currently 52 points apiece, 7-10 to 8-4. So very interesting game there. Could be a big upset there. Some East Ringwood are starting to kick away from Bolwyn, 5-7-37 at Bolwyn, 2-2-14. Roval lead by 89 points over Mitcham at 3-quarter time, 17-9, 111 to Mitcham, 3-4-22. Noble Park lead by 31 over Donny East, 10-5-65 to Donny East, 4-10-34. Vermont lead by 2 points over South Croydon, 8-8-56 to South Croydon, 8-6-54. Kind of a bit of an important game for Vermont. They've been a bit up and down the last couple of weeks, and
got to win that one.
Yeah, and South Croydon have had a couple of wins recently.
That Rowville score, Ray would be doing a Blake, wouldn't he, and throwing in his membership next week?
Chris, on the boundary line.
Yes, I'm back here in the Oakleigh District dugout with Peter. It's turned out pretty good so far, hasn't it, on your day? The boys have been up for it.
Yeah, our work around the contest has been fantastic, which is we've had every game this year, we've had 1 quarter where we sort of dropped away, which we really made a focus on, saying it's not because Swanee's here, we just want to make sure we have a 4-quarter effort, and so far we've done that, so now we've just got 1 more that we really want to play out hard.
Yeah, excellent. And if it stays like this, the margin that is, are you looking to rest some people ahead of next week, or are you really looking to get a boost on the percentage?
Oh, no, we're looking to boost that percentage. So, we've fallen behind a little bit, and we know that. So we've got some work to do to try and, get up to that top 5 group. But that's where we want to be. So we're really going to make sure that we turn the screws in this last quarter.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks there. Down on the boundary, Chris Cordis. And a good point, actually. We're talking about Silvan and their percentage, but for Oakleigh, and if they are going to play finals, this is an opportunity to do the other thing and boost it here.
Surrey Park are back in front of East Burwood.
Oh, okay.
Score,
They've hit back.
8-7 to 7-6.
Thanks, Paul. We'll keep you updated with a couple of those close ones across the ground. So there's a lot still to play out in this game in terms of this is not necessarily a dead rubber final quarter, because percentage in this division, it could be key, because these might be 2 sides that fight out for that final spot in the top 5. You never know.
Yeah.
And my question is, I'm watching Oakleigh today. This is a final. If they played like this every week, this is a final side in this division.
Yeah.
So not sure what's happened before today, but they've turned it on as Swan out of the middle to start things off in the 4th quarter. Punched forward here. Here's Delfonso. Picked it up. He's kicked towards the boundary line. He might even almost end up with his own footy again. Passed it off here to Oakleigh, to Hudson. Hudson just overdid the kick Silvan will take the inset mark.
So Silvan trying to work this out. He's kicked it to Turnbull. And once again hemmed in here. Oakleigh District, they did this well in the second quarter. They set up the zone really well, and they've really frustrated Silvan's ball use. And now it's in the hands of the man who can use it and send it deep. It's Steiniger.
They've just been a bit slow with the movement today, Silvan, when they've been controlling it.
Absolutely, and it's been cut off there by Hudson. Hands it off to Hansen. Shot at goal, and it's just to the right. So Oakleigh District looking to put the foot on the throat. But Silvan will rebound this one once again with Steiniger.
The Bloods in front of the Pioneers too in Division 4 is interesting. There's quite a few interesting results. Far side is Dane Swan. Handball over top. Might receive it again from Bernarchi. He does. Swan inside 50 in the direction of Cochrane. Great hands. And now an opportunity for goal number 14 for Oakleigh District.
I mean,
Cochrane been good in his return.
That ball use, it just stands out at this level, doesn't it?
It does. Very classy. You expect that from a Brownlow medalist, of course, as Cochrane, great hands himself. Already has one today and line up for his second. And he makes no mistake. Oakleigh District get the first of the last quarter.
Boundary.
8-92 to 3-9-27. Let's go down the boundary with Oscar.
Boys, I could almost feel the heat coming off Jeremy Thomas there at the huddle.
What was it? Did you hear much of the messages at the three-quarter time, or was he fired up?
Yeah, look, I didn't want to get too close. I was a little bit scared, to be completely honest. But no, he just wants to make sure they're playing in front of their men in this last term, and just trying to win the quarter.
Yeah, see if they can finish off with that, with at least the margin within the 10-goal bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't want to be going much further than that as Swan. Well, shrugs off an opponent, just goes for a bit of a run here by himself. Away it goes, cut off by Cardamone.
So Cardamone hands it, Pisano. He's going to look for low, and the hands weren't sticky enough this time. Offhand it was, and Groudon, I think it was, gets it to Hudson. Hudson's going to force it wider. This is Luke Potts, takes the mark, and he's going to send it leading up. It was a short kick to Simon Black, and he's turned it right over. That was a curious kick. I'm not sure what he saw, but all he saw was in Silvan colours. So Blees takes the mark in the middle of the ground. This looks like maybe one of the best bits of transition play for Silvan, at least potentially. Running onto it now is Daniel Brown. He's going to run to the arc as his eyes lit up for the goals. Oh, it's offhand. And just the one behind. Silvan, well, story of their day. Not efficient enough going forward. Paul with some scores.
Templestowe look to be running away from Mulgrave in that one. They lead 13-10-88 Templestowe to Mulgrave 9-6-60.
That felt inevitable.
So Potts got the handball from Ambrose. Dances around, goes backwards. Hawkins finds a target. Going forward now. Cooper Hudson in the sun. Couldn't quite take the mark. Good Black. Steininger out of defence. Towards the middle of the ground. Swan gets a hand to it. Cop one high and earns himself a free kick too. Swanee is in the middle of the ground here.
It's been interesting what's been going on with Mulgrave, because they start the year 3-0 and they lost 4 of their last 5 hanging today. So if they lose, they'll be 5 losses out of the last 6.
Ball comes back out of defence here for the Cats. Morgan. And we'll be back to the skipper in Hawkins, who finds Blake Pearson. I can't believe how much space he's had at times.
It's been like a broken record almost today. How Oakleigh District have gone forward and they've gone to open players, Ryan.
Yeah, it's just been one of those games where
but they've been very good. They've hit their targets well, Oakleigh Districts.
Yeah. Well, they've turned the ball over. They've turned the ball over from Silvan and have really caught him on transition. Here's Pearson for yet another one. He's kicked 6.
Easy peasy. And they really are
Seven.
Seven.
Is that, no? Or was I at 6?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
6.
Yeah.
He'll be 7, and I'm sure, shortly by the way he's going. But what a performance from the coach.
70-point lead now to Oakleigh District, and they really have taken advantage of just the lack of pressure from Silvan in the contest, just to be able to pick their entries well, and the aerial abilities of Cochrane, of Pearson, both have been on display. Back into the middle we go. Lucarelli lines up against Blees, just nearly took it out, did Lucarelli. Swan hunting it at ground level. Hands it to Potts. How many has he had for today? Sends it to the pocket. Blake Pearson working off his man, but the ball eludes them both.
I think the other big thing is, even if you take out Swan, and Swan's been good, he's done his role and come in and been really good as you knew he would be. I would still have confidence that they're 10 goals up in this game. This is the way they played a real solid brand of football today, where everyone's been involved. They've had a lot of contributors.
Absolutely.
Bull and Templestowe are in front of Churnside Park. They lead 9-11-65 to Churnside Park 9-4-58.
Go Bull Ants.
Good stuff there by the new team, of course, to the EFNL. Seem to be learning their lessons well from the first little bit of the season. Ambrose trying to get the handball away. The smother, however, was applied by Silvan. Hunt will end up with it. Gets the kick away. Bonacci weaves and deceives. Over to Morgan. Gets it back. And now the kick by Ryan Pearson was just a little white. Hit the post, in fact. And Silvan once again will bring it back in. That's Oakleigh District moving to 15-9-99 to Silvan 3-10-28. We've gone 7 minutes in this final quarter. And away goes Steiniger.
So Steiniger looking towards the far side. It was a 2-on-1 that didn't really favour the teammate. Look, it was a free kick and an advantage play on here for Pisano. Down the line they go, and this is probably the most open space they've had for a while. Here's Brown. Brown at the half-forward line for the Cats. Long kick. Not the best option, potentially. Doing okay there with Stiles, trying to keep it in front of himself. Here's Bizzotto from a tough angle. That would have been potential goal of the day. Lowe couldn't take the mark, and across the line it goes. The 3-11-29, the Cats 15-9-99, Oakleigh District 70-point lead.
I know there's probably about 5. Oh, that's a big torp there.
Why not? This time of the game, Hamish Heath hunted it, but it fell to Potts. He's going to step around the traffic and find Swan.
Load up.
Yeah, he's got to kick it from here.
Bring back the barrel. Come on, Swanee.
A lot of Collingwood kids in the rooms I saw.
So Dane Swan in his cameo game. Bit of a false start there.
Sense of theatre.
So here he comes, Dane Swan, to put a bit of an exclamation point on his cameo. Bang!
No effort there.
No.
That was so easy.
As casual as you like for the AFL legend and Oakleigh District. Well, they are definitely running on top of the ground now.
It's like watching him back in his AFL days. It's like he's still got it.
He has.
He could have put another 20 metres easy.
Yeah, probably. Put it into the playground.
16-9-105 Oakleigh District. Silvan 3-11-29.
It's been Ryan, I know this is probably a bit of a hard question. When was the last time we had a 100-point margin on match of the round?
Great question, and might get you to go and research that as the final quarter. Because I do not have that on hands there as the ball comes out to Smith.
Biggest margin I can remember would probably be the Vermont East Ringwood game.
That was 91 points.
Yeah.
I think defence there. Ambrose got the handball off.
It would have been a Brett Beston game either way.
Yeah. You know what, Paul? I reckon it might be, and we'll get back to that as Cochrane blasting away. Kicks another one for Oakleigh District. 17-9-1-11 to Silvan 3-11-29. So that moves now to 82 points. I reckon, Paul, Baroni beat Heathmont in 22, which were down at H.E. Parker. That was, I don't know if it was 100 points, but it was...
I think it was 80 something perhaps, but you're right. That
about
was
90-point margin maybe.
Yeah, it was a grim one.
I'll have a look. Heathmont Baroni, wasn't 22?
22.
At H.E. Parker.
Would be my guess.
Richmond beat Collingwood that day as well, and I was not very happy.
Oh, great day. that is true.
Back we go into the centre. Lucarelli fights for it. Hands it off to Swan. Potts again, just out of the clearance. Blazes away, and here he is again. Blake Pearson.
That's training drill stuff.
It is. We've got some navy blue and light blue witches hats out there, unfortunately.
88 points that game was in 22.
All right. We're still searching for that 100-point margin, but Oakleigh District might be able to muster that up. Oh, Blake Pearson couldn't quite put that one home. Just the one behind, but I don't think he'll mind. As Silvan will bring it back in.
17-10, 112, Oakleigh District, 3:11:29. Silvan Steininger out of defence into the hands of Josh Cochran for Oakleigh District. Passed it off, got it off to Groden, and has finished it. Another one for Oakleigh.
He's earned that one.
10, 118 to 3:11:29, and well, that 100-point margin might be coming up because there's still 11.5 minutes gone final term. Silvan looked to have put the cue in the rack just about.
Yep.
And Oakleigh District, well, they talked about percentage.
They were 95, and I reckon it's dropped about 10 or 15% almost today. I'll get onto that as well at some stage, boys.
And we've spoken about there are a lot of key players for Silvan out today that that they've certainly missed. But
yeah, it's very
for
true.
the margin to be this now, didn't see this coming.
No, not at all. So from the centre, Oakleigh District, the clearance numbers would be pretty huge as well, especially with Potts in there. Oh, he just didn't get a favourable bounce there, so Turnbull was able to handle it and find Cardamon. Cardamon now to Bleeds, and this is just he tried to play on with it and was caught holding the ball. You would think, or was advantage? No, umpire called no advantage, so it comes back to Josh Cochran, hands it off to the goal kicker, Grouden. He steps one, just flexes all over Silvan there, and Blake Pearson takes the mark in the pocket.
So he's kicked 6. I mean, we'll get to our votes at the end of the game, but for me, he's been best on.
Yeah.
As much as probably Luke Potts will have 40 plus today, no doubt.
That's true. So Pearson, he's definitely lowered the colours of Chris Nicholson. Unfortunately for the Silvan man in the number 30. Blake Pearson sends it home for just the one behind once more. So they're creeping towards that 100-point margin, 119 to 29.
So Bissell's to take the kick in here for the Cats. Turnbull. He's fought hard today. Finds Cardamone. Far side, handball over the top. Running onto this one, Pisano. Pisano down the line on the wing. Over the top of Daniel Brown, and over the line it goes. Disappointing day for the Cats, as again we've talked about the difference between their home record and their away record. Certainly quite significant. Something they'll need to improve on as the second half of the season continues for them. Tap down from Ambrose. Here's Dane Swan. Look to use the corridor. Take the mark as Potts. Goes with the handball backwards. Back to Luke Potts. Takes the bounce and he's off. Down the middle of the ground. Hits the target of Black. Black inside 50. Just over the top of Morgan. Hunt. Here's Pearson. Spins around. Turns onto the right and misses. He's looking for goal number 7. He's probably kicked 6 goals, 3 or 6 goals 4 now. 18-12, 120, leading the Cats 3-11-29. Between him and Potts, he's just racking up those disposals.
Finding it easy.
I reckon he's had 50.
Yeah, he probably has at this point. Steininger slams it in, looking for Bissell's. Good mark taken over Black. And forced to the boundary again, of course. Not able to find the corridor and now having to switch. So the mark's been taken. He's going to go for a bit of a gallop and not quite find the hands of Lynch there. Over offhand it was, and
over the line. 15 minutes gone, 120 to 29. And yeah, we talk about percentage as well. I mean, this could be one of those games that we look back upon, and if it's a close race to the finals, then this could be the day where Silvan lost it. Hansen hands it over. He's going to receive it back from Groudon. Slammed into the ground.
Well, that's the
by
question,
Smith.
Jared. Are we going to look back at this game as a turning point for the season in Division 3?
Yeah.
Can Oakleigh get on a run now?
Yeah, and that's the other story is Oakleigh District, as you've said, like if they're playing this sort of footy against, say, a Knox, an Upper Ferntree Gully, even a Scoresby, then
like imagine
what does
if
that game
Oakleigh
look like?
District were 6-3, people would be thinking, well,
Yeah.
look out.
Exactly, especially with this sort of performance. Ambrose finds his target in Hudson, and they're going to go through the middle here. Groudon just shows some speed, some evasion, and shows them the goal. What a raking boot he's got on him, Groudon. And he's kicked his second for the game, second for the quarter. And the margin is now out at 97 points with 16 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Absolute demolition, and probably put through a couple of Tobin Brothers goal of the day contenders himself. So
yeah,
probably will obviously keep that in mind at the end of the afternoon as we continue here. 19-12, 126 to 3-11-29. Just waiting for play to continue back here in the final quarter. So tap down in the middle. Morgan. Ball comes out here for Silvan. Kick was smothered. Getting involved again. Breaking away. There's Groudon, who's been fantastic. Inside 50. Looking for Morgan. Cochrane, should I say.
Nearly kept it in there. That would have been impressive.
Certainly would have. As a 97-point lead. Would have tipped that at the start of the day.
No, not in the slightest.
It's been one of those just afternoons that the Cats will be looking to forget. Ball brought back into play. Tap down, Morgan involved. Wrapped up, and we'll get a ball up inside 50.
So I tried to look at the scores on the FNL website, and it tried to confirm whether or not I'm a human. Whoa!
There's Potts.
There's Potts, and he gets one he deserves. And they break the 100-point margin, 132 to 29. Been an absolute slaughter.
Oh, has he been best? I thought Pearson at first, and just with the way he's going, I don't know.
Yeah, he's finding it easy out there, isn't he? As Potts. How many goals for the year has he got at this point? He's got 6 now. Former Hillsville man. Back into the centre we go. You can see the 36 there of Dane Swan hunting for the ball. Had it stolen away from him by Pisano as Silvan with a rare foray forward and a rare mark inside 50 to Matty Lowe. And the chance to, well, at least make sure it's not a 100-point thrashing, potentially. 19 minutes gone in this last quarter. Matty Lowe has had a frustrating day, has certainly had his colours lowered by Dylan Hilton. The delivery's not been excellent either. So he's kicked 25 goals for the year before this one. This for his 27th of the year since he's got one today, but no joy for the Cats as they move to 3-12-30.
Warrandyte are going to get over the Pioneers today too. Having a look at the score there, 20 points up in the last quarter. Makes it Davis Harrigan out there at Springfield Park.
The behinds are both 12 apiece for both teams, but it's so much more significant for Silvan's scoreline.
Yeah, he's gone the barrel again.
Why not?
Out of the middle, it turned over. Cats back inside 50, and they might be able to get one back to Lockie Lynch.
Just some scores up. Rowville have broken the 100-point barrier, 100-point margin. They lead by 113 points over Mitcham. Roeville 21-9, 135 to Mitcham 3-4-22. And that game out at Bulleen is scores are level at 71 apiece.
Whoa, Lynch's kick to the left again, and the goal umpire very passionate with mine. Minor score 3-13-31. Silvan, Oakleigh District 20 goals, 12, 132, 101 points.
Well, someone's going to make some noise out there.
Yes.
I feel like the atmosphere's sort of.
Does he go to the barrel again?
So who is this? Groudon. Seems like it. Steps around, takes a bounce, takes all the space in front of him, goes for a nice Saturday evening jog, really. Into the centre of the ground. It was a huge kick again. You can see why he's taking the kick-ins for the districts. And ending up at the bottom of the pack was Russell McCrimmon. One of the rare times we've called his name, the wingman. Umpire throws it up. Lucarelli and Styles went at it. Now, Nelthrop, what can he do? Shrugs a tackle, runs to the arc, sends a high one towards goal. Bang!
Everyone's getting involved now.
Zion Nelthrop with a late one for Oakleigh District as they push the margin out even more. That's his second goal for the year. He's been in and out of Oakleigh District's reserves. Zion Nelthrop, 7 senior games for them since 2021. So maybe starting to make his mark and his impact and potentially finding his spot in the district side.
107-point lead for Oakleigh District, 22 minutes gone, final term. Lucarelli out of the middle to Potts. Not going anywhere this time. And I guess to answer my question earlier, it could go one or two ways for the Cats, and it has gone that first way. It's been blown out to over 100. Here's Dane Swan out of the middle. Manaki, this time caught, and they'll be holding the ball. So free kick towards the Cats. Lockie Lynch. Lynch to Turnbull. Turnbull a long way out from home. Inside 50, no mark taken. At ground level, Pisano. All the numbers here for Oakleigh. Clearing it out of defence. McNaughton goes for a run here, takes a bounce. Loops the handball over the top to Hanson. Hanson, I've got players out everywhere. Ryan Pearson.
Where's Blake?
He's in range from me if he wants it, and he instead goes in the direction of Cochrane.
Jared, to answer your question, if you just look about 10 metres in front of you, Blake Pearson's had a seat for about the last 10 minutes.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, yeah, true. There he is.
He's called it a day. He's had his 6 goals. That's enough.
Maybe give him the headset. Let him call the last few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, Cochrane be lined up for their 22nd goal of the game. Not much of an angle from here. At 40 metres out, this one's pushed to the left. Just a quiet mind from the goal umpire on this side of the field.
A bit more subtle with this man.
21-13, 139 to 3-13-31 Silvan. 24 minutes gone. Gone.
Cochrane on track to equal his, or maybe even better, his 32 goals from last year. He's got 18 for the season currently. Definitely an important cog in the machine for the district. Steiniger was the target this time of the kick out, but Ambrose bowls him over, says, "How you doing?" And everything is look. The pressure's gone. The atmosphere is pretty calm at the moment as Turnbull, sorry, that was Delfonso, stole the march on that clearance. Was able to get the inside 50, but Oakleigh Districts had all the representation. And they're going to repel. Scooped up by Potts. Gets it to Dane Swan. The handball back to Potts. They could share it around here and pick up another few possessions each. But Potts was bowled over the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in right in front of us here. Just repeating the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 21-13, 139 to 3-13, 31, 25 minutes gone as Oakleigh District, they escape the clearance easily enough. It's now Nelthrop. Is he going to kick a second for the quarter? No, just a little bit wayward into the pocket. Butera is going to just see it over the line, and we'll have another ball in. Potential for a 22nd goal for Oakleigh District for the game from this clearance. Cochrane was looking for the shark, but he was beaten to it by Silvan. No mark taken by Asiak. Swan takes it, shrugs one tackle. He's going to send one homeward. Oh, punched over the line.
In Div 2, for a close margin between Heathmont and Waverley Blues. Waverley Blues 12-8-80 to Heathmont 11-10-76.
Geez, they've come back, the Jets. That game looked over a little bit ago. It's Turnbull. Back to Steininger. It's been okay today. That kick turns over, though, to the hands of Ambrose.
Not his best.
Not his best as Ambrose loading back in the direction of Cochrane. Slipped through his hands. And Pearson's out the back. Left boot. Bouncing ball through for a minor scores. Touch off the boot anyway. 21-15, 141 Oakleigh District. 3-13-31 Silvan. 26.5 minutes gone final term. 110-point lead. And
if Blake hasn't put his membership in the microwave yet, he has. Now the margin's out to 90 points. South Belgrave lead. 18-13, 121 to Montrose 4-7-31.
Well, Steininger had his handball cut off.
And it's only the 13-minute mark of the last quarter, so...
You know, I was going to say, Paul, that with the Jets getting up the way they are now, I wondered whether they're actually working on getting out of the furnace and picking up a membership off Blake.
Well, that was a finger-breaking barrel that Smith just marked. I'm not sure if I would have risked that one at this stage of the game.
Wait.
That's,
is that Jaden putting that up?
Oh, there's a drone right in front of us. What's this?
Drone out there,
with a drone. About the most interesting thing going on right now.
And the goal umpire down the other end of the ground.
That's true.
Luke Potts, handballed into team. I think that's McNaughton who loads up himself. He wants a goal too. And he's got it. 22-16, 148.
9 for the quarter.
So Silvan 3-13-31. And probably to answer your question, I don't know when the last time it was, Paul. We've been to a match of the round over 100 points, but
I
this has to be
looking for a bit, but I gave up. They kicked 9 goals, 9 for the last quarter, Silvan. So if they kicked a bit straight, it'd be a lot more than 117 points.
Yeah, this is brutal. There's two stories to that. For Silvan, I think they're just going to have to write this one off as just an outlier. For Oakleigh District, they've got to carry this form back in the second half of the season, because they play like this, they're going to win more games than not. But you have to say they've been super impressive, and that's blatantly obvious statement to say to a side that's won by almost 120 points. But very good as the Cats go forward themselves. Can't quite take the mark there as Low. Mopping up this. Potts.
So Silvan's percentage, sorry Ryan, their percentage has dropped 12% from 95, so 83% now. Silvan.
So yeah, it's a big drop as Riley Smith has an option forward. If you can just reach him over the top though to Hawkins, picked it off for Oakleigh District. Out of defence it goes, and here's Dane Swan right in front of us to the caravan. Swanee has a bit of time to chip this over the top to Potts. Couldn't quite grab it. Silvan in defence. Free kick here. It'll be advantage play on through Pisano. Towards centre half forward. Hawkins, who's been underrated himself, is just...
He's a steadying influence down back, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
He uses the ball well. A lot of experience. The sort of quarterback, I suppose. Well, Oakleigh District go into a game against Donvale next week, and coming into that with this sort of form does make things more interesting. But
still tough.
I know the likelihood is that they just run into the Donvale buzzsaw and have this momentum cleaned up. But Swanee, he got the kick inside forward 50 and found the target. And
Hilton push forward.
Yeah, Dylan Hilton. All right, why not? Can he get a goal? Let's have a look. Is this going to be his first goal of the year? Yes, indeed. Dylan Hilton, the rare defender's goal. Has he kicked it like a defender or a forward? He's kicked it like a forward, and they get around him. Popular man there. One of the better defenders for Oakleigh District.
10th for the quarter.
And right before the siren.
And the siren is gone. And for Oakleigh District's 75-year anniversary special, they put on an absolute clinic, destroying Silvan 154-31. And a cameo by Dane Swan is going to have the boys up and about in the rooms after, no doubt.
Oh, it's a big night, sportsman night out here at Oakleigh District too. So Dane Swan speaking in front of the group and everyone else who's got a ticket today. And what a performance! I mean, clearly Silvan have put the cue in the rack and really not fought it out in that last quarter. It was more of a training drill late in that game, and that hurts their percentage big time, as Paul mentioned. So
can see why Blake Pearson was sitting down that last 15 minutes. His goal-kicking leg is strapped up with ice. And he's hobbling, yeah.
Well, he did have something taped up during the game. So
he did, yeah. He's got a like a brace on.
Yeah,
or something.
so probably just more of a protective thing and playing it safe. And between him, Potts, I thought Hanson was very good.
Yep.
You go through that. I mean, especially in that last quarter, in that second half, Black got involved in the scoreboard. Groden kicked a couple.
Yep.
Cochrane got more involved, and then the whole team started to just really turn it on. As we've got Chris Cordes down at the moment, who's got Dane Swan down on the boundary line.
Boys, I'm joined by the man himself, Dane Swan. Dane, pretty good turnout for this match. Your boys got over the top. How did that feel?
It was good, mate. It was nice to. They've been struggling a bit, the boys, so it's nice to find some form for them. And I didn't have to do a lot today, which was nice. So it's awesome. We're nice to be back in the black and white, mate, which makes a difference. So looks like it was a nice turnout. We had a good win, and the kid who played his 100th game kicked the last goal on the siren, mate. So it's all kind of worked out perfectly. So we've had a good day now. Hopefully we'll have a good night.
Yeah, excellent. And just can you talk us a bit through how the week's been? How have you found it here, and obviously with the club, and how they've welcomed you?
Yeah, they've been awesome. I know I've known a couple of boys. I've played some footy with them before, and a couple of good mates with a couple of them. So this was really. I was really looking forward to getting to this one when I was on my calendar. So I know a lot of the boys I trained in the pre-season with them. So I loved it. The boys, I don't know why their record is what it is. They obviously played some pretty good footy today. So hopefully we can spur them on. And hopefully if they're going all right in a couple of weeks, you might see me back here in the back half for you.
Really, mate. Congratulations. Well done.
Well, to hear that back in the second half of the season, we might get
double appearance.
Yeah, very good. I think we've also got Blake Pearson down there as well with Oscar. So take it away, Oscar.
Yeah, guys, got Blake Pearson down here, mate. Big day for the club. What do you make of it, and what's the emotion like?
Yeah, very big day. Super proud of what we were able to do. We set it up really well in that first quarter, going in front into the breeze. So, really proud of what we were able to do, and hopefully that can set us up for the rest of the year.
You've got first and second in the next 2 weeks, so what's the preparation like for that? And do you just keep it the same, or do you change anything?
No, we've been training really well actually during the week. So, last 2 our lights don't work, so we've been off-site for a couple of weeks. But no, it'll be pretty similar. We'll give it a crack against Donvale next week.
Cheers, mate.
Well, thanks, boys.
Thanks there to Chris and Oscar. Down Dane Swan and the senior coach in Blake Pearson as well. It is a massive win for Oakleigh District. 23-16, 154 defeating Silvan 3-13-31. We might go to an ad break now, and when we're back, we'll go through the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Actually, in fact, we will
Ryan,
wait
do you want me to go
second.
grab the song as they're walking in? I'm guessing this one will be pretty loud, so.
Yep. Lee, what's the go with this? You better to hang outside the rooms with the mic?
Yeah, it's outside the room. We'll get the signal, and I'm sure we will hear it.
Yeah, all right, so don't have to go all the way into the rooms. Just hang outside the rooms, Chris, and hopefully we'll be hear the song down in the
gotcha.
room.
Shouldn't be too far away.
Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, and as we said, a massive win for Oakleigh District here, 123 points. It's the way they played too. I mean, I know the last quarter and all this, the margin really blows out, but early on, the way they moved their ball, except for that probably first 10 minutes, they were a bit slow to get into it. After that, their transition was first class.
It really was. They used the ball really well. To be honest, I think it can come down to... Oh, let's go down for the song. Hopefully.
We might not be able to get a hold of that one.
Lee's just rushed out to see if he can point the aerial towards the rooms, I think.
Not quite getting the song down there, but thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral Celebrating Lives. We'll go to our ad break now before we get back to the final awards of the game and wrap things up as well as look at all the scores around the grounds. Out here at Princess Highway Reserve, Oakleigh District celebrate their 75 years in style. 23-16, 154 to Silvan, 3-13-31.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Princess Highway Reserve, Oakleigh District 23-16, 154. Big winners over Silvan, 3-13-31 in the Eastland match of the round. And obviously, it was a big day for him, a heritage round, celebrating 75 years. Dane Swan comes and plays for the club, and I think he summed it up pretty well himself when he said, I don't understand why their record is 3-6, Oakleigh District, coming into this, because the way they played, they certainly did not play like a side who was 8th on the ladder and well and truly out of that top 5. They play like that. Again, tough games in the next couple of weeks, but there's no reason why they can't be a final side this year. They played a finals brand footy today that just completely dominant.
Look, the flip side of it as well is that the pressure from Silvan was absolutely lacking. The contests were won generally by Oakleigh District pretty easily. They always found players in space for the handball. The two-way running by Silvan was just not there today.
it would have been a hard one to watch for the Cats fans, no doubt. But you're right, Oakleigh District. It's a brand of footy that looks really good. They obviously know how to play this ground really well, and they'll be coming into a match against Donvale with a head of steam up. I'm not sure whether I'd be tipping them. Still, it is Donvale, but.
Yeah, hard to probably tip him.
Yeah, but it does.
Is
look
that
like
at Donvale next week or here?
Will be, I think.
It is Donvale away, so they'll be playing at Donvale.
Yeah, tough ask. Obviously to play against the best team in the competition. To be fair, in Donvale, but we've got our awards to give out. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, as well as the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground. And we'll go with the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground. So of course we do the 1, 2, 3 for this. Jared, have you thought this through, and are you ready to kickstart things for us?
Yeah,
Starting
definitely.
with your one vote.
One vote will be Cameron Hansen. I think. Look, he did fade out a little bit towards the end of the game, but that's okay. It wasn't on the line at that stage. When the game was more up for grabs, he got a lot of the ball. He used it well. Definitely found the contest. He put pressure on, and I was very impressed by his game. 2 points. You can't go past Blake Pearson. 6 goals is massive. He outpointed his defender on so many occasions. His kicking was accurate when it counted, and. Such a good performance, but my 3 votes have to go to Luke Potts. How many disposals would he have had? I can't wait to see what those stats are. It would be late 40s. Yeah, for sure. Potentially 50. I don't know. He did have a lot of the ball today.
Paul Coney, the 1, 2, 3 for you.
My 1 vote goes to Connor Cochran. 2 go to Blake Pearson, and 3 votes go to Luke Potts.
Thanks, Paul. As Chris has jotted down his 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I've got mine though. I've got I went Dane Swan with the 1. I'll give in to the occasion. I thought it was very, very good. Kick those
good.
2 goals, make it seem easy. I don't think it'd be right if you didn't get a mention in these. I went for Luke Potts for my 2 votes. Obviously, we've heard from everyone else about how good he was today. But I've gone 3 votes for Blake Pearson. I think real captains and coaches' performance from him. In my head, I can't deny a guy 3 votes when he outscores the other team by 5 points. So I've gone 3. It was. I think it was about 39 or 40 Blake Pearson to 31 Silvan.
That about says it. I also want to give an honourable mention to Dylan Hilton as well. Matty Lowe is obviously a great forward for Silvan, and Hilton had him covered all day.
And kicked a goal then himself down the other end of the ground.
His 100th game as well, apparently.
Well, let's give him 1 vote. I'll take that off Hansen, put it on Hilton for me. I was debating between Potts and Pearson. I've gone Pearson because I thought the damage, when he kicked, 3 in the first quarter, kicked 4 in the first half. When the game was there to be won in that first half, I thought he was the best player on the ground and ends up with 6. And I thought Potts continued to rack up those disposals, hit the scoreboard late as well, and would be a deserving winner of the award. But for me, I've gone with the Pearson 3 votes. And if my math is correct, and it is better than Blake Tennant, who won't get the role of adding the votes up ever again. Both are tied up on 10 votes each in Luke Potts and Blake Pearson. And usually when Oscar's had to run home. So when this happens, we turn to Lee Green.
The tiebreaker.
Crikey. I hope I was listening outside.
We've got tied on 10 votes each, Luke Potts and Blake Pearson. This is for a $50 Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground.
This is big, Lee. This is
I'm going to say Potts. Simply because surely Pearson's got a few dozen of these over the time.
Last year he did win it. So
Potts. Look, he was, as you said, like the possessions he had and disposals, and almost all of them were valuable though. Like they did something.
A lot of clearances.
That also means I think that's the best ever 2-vote performance I've seen from a player from.
I think. I do remember a few times we've mucked this up, and I remember one time out at Baronia, Mitch Mellors had 51 disposals. Didn't win it.
What do we give it? Was it Hannon?
I think we maybe gave it to Hannon that way.
Mitch Mellors gets enough accolades, man.
He's got enough awards. So. Congratulations, Luke Potts, Sportsco Eastland, best on-ground voucher. So the goal of the day, quite a few. Swanee doesn't need it.
No, he doesn't. That's true.
Swanee's got
We're
enough.
striking them for the record.
Yeah.
He's already got a Brownlow.
Yes.
Was Ben Hunt's in the first quarter pretty good? I seem to remember that was a decent one. The one that I had marked down, I think I forgot to
Josh
mark
Growden?
any others. Growden actually. He
One of
kicked a beast of a goal in the final quarter. Steininger kicked a really good one as he was handed off the ball
I thought
in the first quarter.
I thought Blake Pearson's when he was setting up in the Silvan dugout was pretty
that's a good
impressive,
one.
especially for a right footer on that side.
Well, that way he gets an award too and then doesn't go home without something because he's probably very close to getting the best on ground. So lock that in.
Yeah.
Blake Pearson, Tobin Brothers, Goal of the Day award winner today. Paul Ucone, let's have a look at some of those scores around the grounds as we go through. Premier Division we'll start with.
Yeah, so in Premier Division, East Ringwood look like they're home against Bolwyn. East Ringwood 9-11-65 to Bolwyn 4-5-29. It's only early in the last quarter because of injury in the second quarter.
Yep.
Big win.
Sorry. Do we know who that was? Have we got?
We did
the
get
message
told.
on that?
Keep going. I'll find that one for you.
Roeville had a massacre win over Mitcham. Roeville 24-16, 160 to Mitcham 3-4-22. Noble Park with a bit of an upset. Noble Park 14-8-92 to Donny East 11-13-79. South Croydon lead 11-12-78 over Vermont 10-9-69. And Blackburn getting the job done over Berwick. Blackburn 13-8-86 to Berwick 8-13-61.
So while you load up the Division 1 scores, just to go over those and then the impact of that. The Mitcham one, that's pitiful.
That's grim reading.
That is so bad.
I thought Mitcham would do a lot. I mean, I didn't expect them to play finals, but I thought, they'd be, right up there kind of mid-table. They had some encouraging performances early in the year, but that's a really disappointing loss for them.
I will say it is almost a completely different lineup from their premiership side last year, but 138 points, you can't excuse that. That's really disappointing from them.
Yep.
And the Noble Park being Doncaster East.
Where are
Just
they
when
at?
you feel like Doncaster East, you feel like you can trust them a little bit more, they lose that one. So disappointing for them. You've got some Division 1 scores as well.
I certainly do in Division 1. North Ringwood with a big lead over Bayswater. North Ringwood 13-16-94 to Bayswater 8-6-54. Beaconsfield, big away win coming up for them over Park Orchards. Beaconsfield 12-6-78 to Park Orchards 8-8-56. It's Park Orchards' first loss since round 1. So against South Belgrave, it's looking like they're Baronia pulled away from Moorabah in the end, 12-9-81 to Moorabah 7-14-56. Was close there for a while. A big win for South Belgrave over Montrose coming up for them. South Belgrave 19-15, 129 to Montrose 6-10-46.
Fire up the furnace.
We certainly mentioned a couple of times that Blake would put his membership on the furnace. I think he even messaged you, Ryan, at half-time saying he's putting his membership in the bin. Is that correct?
His jump ship.
Yeah.
Who's he jumping ship to?
He's a zebra man now.
Watch out, whoever that is.
I don't know. He'll look for what sides are playing well and jump on a winning team. Probably.
Maybe just South Belgrave.
He'll probably be having a South Belgrave scarf hidden under it. He'll take the Montrose scarf and put the South Belgrave on. In Div 2, Surrey Park get the job done over East Burwood in the end. Surrey Park 11-12-78 to East Burwood 9-8-62. Ringwood with a win over Lilydale. Ringwood's 9-10-64 to Lilydale 6-7-43. Tempe with a win over Mulgrave. Tempe 17-11. 113 to Mulgrave, 13-8-86. That's 5 losses in 6 now. Last 6 for Mulgrave, Wani South 9-13-67 to Croydon 8-3-51, and Waverley Blues lead by 2 points over Heathmont. Waverley Blues 14-13-97 to Heathmont 14-11-95.
It's an exciting game there.
And turn to South, man. Just keep going.
Yeah,
keep chugging along.
Move
the chains.
I want to stop down on that Wani South Croydon one. Just the scores in that one was 51-67. It shows the Wanturna South, they can take Croydon and beat them at their own game. It seems like that sort of game. Croydon would try and lock it up and make it a defensive scrap, and Wanturna South got the chocolates anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I also want to pull up on Mulgrave. They've lost 5. That is a final score now, by the way. While Waverley Blues have won by 2 points over Heathmont.
Who did I tip on that one?
I don't even remember. I think you did go for Waverley. Yeah.
But yeah, 5 losses out of 6 now for Mulgrave. They started 3-0. A lot of people at the start of the year. I mean, I know it was a long way to go in the year, but they look like one of the premiership fancies. I mean, still a long way to go in the year, but they've dropped back. They've lost 5 games out of 6, boys.
I think they've only been a top 5 side once as well. I think they're like 1-4 or 1-5 in those games. So it's grim reading for those when they play someone above them.
Yeah, definitely. And it all sort of seemed to turn at that Waverley Blues loss.
And
it's funny. It's funny when you think about it, because that was the turning point of their season last year. Was the Waverley Blues game when they won that.
Yeah, and I mean, they lost the game against Surrey Park in round 4, and you spoke about that game against Waverley Blues. Yeah, the one win they had against top 5 team was against Croydon, and that's because Croydon kicked inaccurately that day, 8-13 to 10-3, but then again, Mulgrave did kick straight. But, since then, they had a big loss to Heathmont, and against the two side, top 2 in Wani South and Templestowe, losses there. So a bit of soul searching to do for them.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll go into Divi 3 now. Big win for Donvale over the Basin. Bit of a disappointing performance from the Basin. Donvale 13-12-90 to the Basin 2-7-19. I know it wasn't... a lot of people would have tipped Donvale, but only 2 goals from the Basin.
Yeah, when they do lose bad, when they do lose, they can lose bad.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth.
Similar to that Fentry Gully game.
Coldstream got a very, very important 4 points in the end in a big relegation 8-pointer. Coldstream 11-11-77 to Coldstream 7-10-46. Upper Gully 11-7-73 to Knox 7-9-51. That's a bit of a statement from Upper Gully.
Puts them into third, doesn't it?
It does, and we did mention in the pre-game about Upper Gully, didn't we?
We were waiting for it.
Yep, they're coming.
They are certainly coming, and a big win by Scoresby. A comfortable win in the end. 14-14-98 Scoresby to Ferntree Gully 6-8-44. And in Division number 4, Churnside Park lead by 9 points over Bulleen Templestowe, a brave Bulleen Templestowe. Churnside Park 13-7-85 to Bulleen Templestowe 10-16-76. Big win for Kilsyth. They reversed that round 2 result against Croydon North Emlock 12-14-86 to Croydon North Emlock 5-6-36, and Warrandyte with a surprise win at the D over White Horse. Warrandyte 11-7-73 to White Horse 10-10-70.
Division 4 power rankings in shambles.
Good luck, fixing that mess up. That's a big win for Warrandyte, and that really makes it. We looked at their start to the season and what was going on, and now that really puts almost not necessarily a gap, but maybe a little bit of gap between 4th and 5th. That top 4 now looks a bit more solid than it did a couple of weeks ago.
In another one of those games though as well, I know honourable losses don't get 4 points and all that, but Bulleen Templestowe is showing something to stick with Churnside for as long as they did. I'd be surprised if they were still where they are now at the end of the season.
And the thing is with Bulleen Templestowe, the games they've played, they haven't had any big losses or anything like that. They've been relatively competitive in all the games they've played so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a really good showing for them in their first year in the EFNL. It would be a shame if they were to drop off throughout the season. I don't expect them to. I really don't. They're poised to potentially push for finals, maybe if, say, a Croydon North or someone like that does drop off. Even a Whitehorse, I mean, that lost to Warrandyte, it kind of could open the door for a Bulleen Templestowe to, push in the latter part of the season. Once they've sort of, figured out the teams that they're coming up against. It seems like, they had a valuable first experience against Chirnside Park that taught them some lessons, and they were able to give them a bit of a scare, the latter leaders of Division 4.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's very, very interesting. It'll be a lot to break down tomorrow on the Weekend Recovery podcast, and we're starting to wrap things up here. We've still got a few minutes left, but just final overall thoughts on today's game, and what do you make of it for an Oakleigh perspective? Silvan, you write it off. You can't get much worse from that from them. So they're going to move on quickly.
Can you write a performance like that off, though? I know it's a big loss, but and I know they had a few big outs that we heard from in the pre-game, but there was a half a footy there that I almost feel like didn't need to happen. I know there was no effort, no pride, no nothing in the way that Silvan carried out that performance in the second half. They completely rolled over. Although it's a write-off, you say you can't get much worse from there. There needs to be some almost uncomfortable and harsh discussions had about that game, because I've been. This is now my third season with the EFNL. I'll put my hand on. I'll say I haven't been in every game. I haven't been in every match of the round. But even across soccer, footy, basketball, any sport I've watched, I've never seen a performance in which a team has rolled over as much as they just did there, because that got completely out of hand.
Yeah. And they can't be thinking that it can't get any worse than that, because unfortunately it can if they do nothing.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yep.
And we even mentioned here in the box, I mentioned it at some stage in the last quarter, it was a broken record, because I couldn't believe the amount of times that there was an Oakleigh Districts player open. I mean, literally, they could have started the party at half time if Silvan were gonna come out performing like that.
Take
that
the
is
frothies onto the field.
Yeah,
it was one of those things where it was half time. It was starting to look like it was going that way. It was 35 points. That first 5 minutes was going to be the key. It
was only 35 points. I mean, big lead, but 35 to 123 points. That's a big jump.
It's 6 scoring shots.
Once they started going early in that third quarter, the signs were there that was going to blow out. Maybe not to that sort of margin, but once they hit the 90 point plus, they just kept going, and it just never looked like Silvan were going to make have a response.
From a commentator's perspective, I feel like the red flags were there during the first half, given that I was looking down the list at half time, and I was like, there are quite a few Silvan names here that I've not called. Yep. There were a lot of passengers today. I think the one player, just to give a bit of a shout out, of course, you've got your Turnbull, you've got your D'Alfonso. They kept trying, kept showing class. Basildon is probably the one player for Silvan who had a bigger effort in the second half than in the first half.
He was matched up on Swan a lot of the time as well. So
it's
a tough gig.
They've got Knox at Silvan next week, so. It's all up to them to see how they respond now. I mean, it's not going to be an easy game, but
they can win at home.
They can.
Knox
they do win at home,
lost again today.
Knox slipped to fourth now on the ladder too. That's Upper Gully, jump them.
Yeah, it's going to be big to see how they respond in that one.
2 out of 4 teams.
The only other positive for out of the day, I guess, is Silvan. They'll go back in and look at the Basin have copped a big loss too. So I think I don't know, percentage-wise, they might bounce out of the top 5, and I'm not too sure. I haven't worked that out just yet, but it was a rough day, and it was probably a hard day to call in the end when it gets blown out like that, and you look for things like the goal umpire and down the ground. I thought it was fascinating.
We were having a full-blown discussion with 3 kids on the boundary line at one stage, Oscar and I.
Yeah, you did disappear for a bit. I think
they were keeping us entertained.
Yeah, so we're going to start to wrap things up out here at Princess Highway Reserve. What a day for the Oakleigh District Football Club, celebrating 75 years. Big thank you to Megan Green on the camera for both games today. Lee Green, of course, who holds this ship all together. Chris caught us down the boundary, cold afternoon, and I think me and you have been a bit under the weather. So, what's on for tonight? You get home and
it wasn't exactly warm, but there's been much worse. But no, I'm out to the to Richmond tonight. Got a friend's birthday at dinner, so
few frothies.
That should be. Oh yeah, may indulge. The Hogs got up last night. May indulge.
There you
It
go.
was a good win.
Yeah. Paul Coney, what are you up to tonight?
Me, not a lot. Probably just go home and relax.
Swans
I think. No, we got the bye this week. We had a good win last week, but I'm going to the soccer tomorrow, so that will be good.
Excellent. Jared Beeman, what are you up to tonight?
I looked at what game's on tonight. North Melbourne beat
Freo.
Freo.
Yeah, don't bother.
Okay. I might watch a movie or something.
Yeah, probably a good idea. All right, let's wrap things up here. Princess Highway Reserve. Oakleigh
Probably
District.
just gaming, I reckon.
23-16, 154. Winners over Silvan, 3-13-31. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.